Yo,
Is that, do I turn this into agility?
eating my
Or do I
crap.
turn it into herblore? I'm thinking herblore because herblore is more valuable to me right now, right?
In the first term, everybody said, oh, it's the personnel, it's the advisors, it's everybody else. We need to put the right people in front of Trump. But Trump consistently chooses all the wrong people and consistently makes all the wrong decisions. In 2024, he had an option, AFPI or Project 2025. He chose AFPI. With regard to deportations, he had a choice. Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem or Brooke Rollins and Susie Wiles. He chose Brooke Rollins and Susie Wiles. And ultimately, the decision came down to the fact that he didn't want the bad press. What you need to understand about Trump is that his dream is to be beloved by New York City. He wants the New York Times to love him.
These people
He
literally
wants
just take the
CNN
exit.
to love
They went to
him.
the boss room to take the exit. That's
Anyone that
crazy.
knows Trump is nodding their head right now. And I'm sure there are people watching the show that know Trump because Trump is like a girl.
And then do you see the video of the
Every
cop
day
sitting
he's
in
on
court
the phone
crying?
all day, kicking his feet and giggling.
We talking about
I'm not
Afroman?
making this up, calling people for hours and
More
hours
Afroman.
and
Yeah, what
hours.
happened with Afroman?
This is
I
great.
see it all over the internet, but I don't
I'm
actually know what it
president,
is.
blah, blah.
I'm pretty sure he showed up to
Anyone who knows
testify in
Trump
a
and knows it's
USA,
true, his dream
like
is
American
the
flag suit,
approval
Joey.
and the
Yeah, I saw
validation
that.
of the New York Times, of New York City. He wants to be beloved. And so if you're doing
You see
something
that guy?
so popular with the media or the
You see
entertainment industry,
that,
the left, the masses, Trump is never gonna
The dude's
follow
lawyer was like
through
cross-examining
because he
him,
doesn't want
like one of the
to
witnesses, like
I think
for
that was funny how they were
And so
sitting
it was like one of the
crying
cops, right? And like
for,
his lawyer was
Not
examining
gonna
him,
do
pound cake, and
deportations because
it was
Trump is gonna
discrimination.
cut.
and he was like,
Because Trump
he was
wants
like,
to be
oh, he's like,
loved
okay,
by
play the
media,
clip,
and
and
they're
they
gonna
played the
hate
clip of
this.
Afroman going like, oh, I fucked this guy's wife,
Because
Yeah.
and he's
ultimately
like,
chose Brooke Rollins over
they're
Project
like,
2025.
they're like,
He chose
they're like,
Christos Vita and Susie
I don't know.
over
they asked him,
John
I forget what they're trying to prove. They were trying to
He
say
chose
like,
the disloyal personnell that threw him
they
under
were
the
trying to say like,
bus
he
after
obviously like
January
this is a
6th
lie,
over
this
the
is
good personnel that tried to
slander,
salvage
whatever
his White
against you,
House
right?
in 2020.
And they're like, you know, this is slander, right? Like this guy, you know, Afroman didn't fuck your wife, did he? And he goes, I don't know. And he goes, you know, maybe he did. And he's like, maybe I need to talk to my wife and find out. And they're like, his own lawyer's like,
the exact same thing in the
everyone's like, you're an idiot. You're the biggest dum dum of all time. And he's like,
Me?
you, but also the cop. You were talking about the thing.
Oh,
You
sorry.
listening?
I had my headset. I was talking to Kyle.
Literally, the cop's own lawyer is like, he played the clip of
was
Afroman
funny.
saying like, I effed your wife, and he's like, is this true? And they were trying to say it was like a lie, and the cop goes, I don't know, maybe. And he goes, maybe he did F my wife. He's like, I have no idea. Now I have to talk to my wife about this. He's like, maybe I should get a divorce. And everything just was crumbling, and they're like, you're the stupidest human being alive. Like, you literally just proved that like it's plausibly happened. So how are you gonna say it's a lie if you can't even say it's a lie?
Did they have to pay him?
He won.
I'm curious if because he won, they might have to pay his lawyer fees.
Yeah, I mean,
haven't
they
looked at
fucking should.
He's a counter shit. They
okay.
should pay a lot.
I'm glad he won for freedom of speech. I don't think he should have made the song about like naming the dude specifically. You know,
fuck them
like,
all. Fuck them all. They deserve it.
No, I mean if someone's gonna
They
do some
raided
shit
his
to you
house and
like
like
that,
destroyed his possessions.
you fuck around,
Stole
you
his
found
money
out.
and then left it out on the counter in the police station. And then it was disappeared. Like, no, fuck them all, dude. They literally robbed this dude. My only thing is, no one would care at all if it wasn't because it was a famous rich person.
Isn't he only famous
wasn't a what?
because of that?
If it was
Because
any
he
other
made
black
the
guy,
songs?
no one would have cared.
He's a lot more relevant these days because he made them. But
Okay.
like, he was relatively. I think isn't he like a producer now or something?
Is it like the actual like original Afro Man?
Yeah, that's what I'm
like
wondering. Is it?
because I got
Oh.
high. Literally him. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Oh.
okay. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, I mean I've been a fan of his work for a long time.
I don't know. I don't like that he like showing people's faces on the
Nope, I don't care.
cameras.
They literally tried to turn off his cameras. They literally cut the wires to turn off his security cameras in his house. Fuck them.
I mean, if they break into your house and you have video of them in your house, I feel you should be able to show that.
Yeah, but like they were wrong and they shouldn't have been there, but they were doing their job, right?
They were doing an illegal job. The fuck do you mean? Fuck them all.
Why didn't they have?
They were
didn't
not
have
doing their
warrants
job.
to
They were
search the house?
harassing
The
him.
warrant was for the warrant was for human trafficking, and they were searching pockets in his fucking closet.
That
I
was
don't
for
give
their
a shit.
narcotics. That was the other half of the warrant.
Don't give a shit. Okay, if he's hiding weed in the pockets of his jackets, it's not enough weed for it to be drug trafficking, and especially not enough weed for them to
His
break into his
weed
house.
Is weed a narcotic?
I don't care. Whatever it is, no amount of drugs in pockets of clothing in the closet or in his CD cases is enough drugs for it to be anywhere near.
Well, welcome to 21st century.
The judge
America.
that signed the warrant needs to be executed.
Agreed.
Every
yes.
single officer involved with like
Yes.
any of them, like managerial officers, execution.
Yes.
Jared thinks there's managers.
There are. What do you mean? There's like higher ranked officers.
You serious, brother?
Look at this. How much XP is this going to be? How much Herblore XP is this going to be?
Too much. More than you
Negative
deserve.
5.
What?
What?
Look at this, Austin. Look at my inventory. Look at all these
Agreed.
lamps.
Agreed.
Look at all these lamps. 1, 2, 3, 4.
They're all grayed out.
18 huge lamps.
Why are they grayed out?
What do you mean grayed out? They're gray. They're gray lamps.
Used to be gold.
I think it's better to use them one at a time.
It is. If I level, you think I'm gonna get 1.9 mil XP for this?
Yes. No.
1.4. Oh my god. 1.4 million Herblore.
Do you have a weekly D&D reset? Do it again.
I did. I reset it. This is 3 weeks of penguins with resets, so it's 6 basically weeks of penguins.
Is yours
Just
new?
a honker, man. Just a honker.
1.4 million XP. Like Justin's never done that before. And here, look, I get these caskets.
You
Bandits
guys out
page.
here getting handouts. Like,
Magic comp. We keep it. Oh, wizard robe skirt. We keep it. This is terrible. We reroll it. This is terrible. We reroll it. This is terrible. Can't reroll it. That's unlucky. Oh, what do we get here? Yeah, black plate. Okay, look at these. Dude, I just gotta do penguins, man. And not good. Oh well, what are you gonna do about it?
Wait, no shot.
He had a WSRT.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
Was this 3 items I got? What does the magic composite bow give me? I think is that one of those things? Is this it's worth 2 mil? No, it says 1 mil. Is this a good bow? I guess a fortunate component, so I guess it's gone. Goodbye, black plate legs. 1 fortunate comp. Goodbye, wizard robe. Other fortunate comp. Goodbye, magic combo. Other fortunate comp. Let's go big dubs. Just need like 150 more of those.
Jesus.
What? Okay, that's penguins.
Oh, I saved that rook's life. Those are not other rooks. Taking aggro.
Good night, Joey.
He didn't say anything.
Wow, you just disappeared, man.
Look at somebody likes you.
You're mean. You're nasty.
Oh, I mean,
I don't know why. I've been trying to heal you, but you gotta heal yourself.
you are ill.
No.
You mean no? Don't you dare ever tell me no. Do you agree?
No, you're cooked.
What? What'd you say to me? Yo, you're cooked.
Wrong.
You know what they call you?
What?
Cook boy. And I'm like, guys, don't be rude. And they're like, nah, he's cooked. And I'm like, I know, but you know. And they're like, we just gotta let him know. And I'm like, dang, be nice. They're like, oh, tell him to stop being cooked.
Yo, when are we playing, guys? You guys ready to lock in? Alright.
Oh, I'm locked in.
Oh fuck. Hmm. Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh God, he's doing the thing again.
A little bit of goop, a little bit of goop. Dude, we're just here for some goop. You know?
Goop, gop, gop, gop. Slurp, 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 derp, derp, derp. Is that what it sounds like?
What? Yo.
What it sounds like when you talk. You know what? When you open your mouth, that's what it sounds like. It's like glop, 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 doop, 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 oh, ow, ow, ow. What it sounds like.
Yo.
Is
You have mouth, you know what I hear? You don't want to know. Not gonna tell you. You don't want to know what I hear. You don't even know what I hear.
You can't handle the truth.
What was that kill timer? 50? Oh, dang. I get it down to 45. That 56 is even worse. Oof. Not good. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably not going to break that timer unless I have the adrenaline, right, Justin?
I mean, no, I don't think you will. You know, I can,
What?
but I don't think you will.
You've never killed this boss in your life. You couldn't kill this boss.
I might be able to. Never tried.
Oh, we don't?
So far, I've achieved everything I've ever tried, so I might achieve
No.
this. too.
You could never.
It's possible. Haven't I seen you do this one like a million times?
No. I don't even know which one
Well,
this
the
is.
floor is the same.
Yeah, no, Jared's done this one a million times. Justin
Done
was
this one
right.
8 times.
In RuneScape terms, that's close enough.
Oh no.
God Wars 2? God Wars 3? I don't remember which one
2.
they're in. 2, yeah. Yes, isn't this the one you could like AFK as a Necro?
If I had my summons, but I have to kill him with a shield for an achievement. I need my anti-dragon shield on for an achievement.
He's riding! On a single run, kill 9 runners? Yeah, right, brother. Hey, Justin, did you look at the link I gave you in the war room?
That's what I said.
For your
I
Steam
was like,
profile.
oh God, Joey.
One of the people we played in Hunt had those backgrounds, the moving backgrounds.
Okay, very nice. Classy hunt people, as always.
Like, you know who would like this? Justin.
Mr. Justin.
Those moving backgrounds are premium.
Oh, oh okay. It could always be worse.
I forget that this one has extra attacks in hard mode.
Yes. She should have one that does percent damage.
Is that an infernal puzzle box I spy?
Maybe. Maybe. Just the base version.
Can you just use the death portal
What portal?
to the left
For what?
to teleport
Teleport to fucking where?
this boss?
The fuck am I supposed to know? What?
There's
Oh.
like a Reaper.
The war.
portal.
Yeah, the Reaper portal, but it has to be his Reaper assignment to teleport to it. Or he could assign it in his war portal once he does it enough times.
Oh, I wasn't sure if this was his Reaper assignment or not.
No. Yeah, you're just like, I get no context whatsoever.
Well, did you know that there's a Reaper portal? That's what I was trying to tell you.
Yes, but this is not my
I feel
Reaper
like he
test.
does.
So
He has 5,000 hours in the game.
Why you're saying go to the Reaper portal?
Wait, why are you killing this boss then?
Like achievement.
Because I have max stacks and 2 different kill counts, and I can get the achievements for this guy while I'm here. Why not? I have max. Right? Is there a reason I shouldn't?
No, I just didn't know what you were doing. Oh,
Max
not
kill
like
counts,
this.
so I figured Justin is sleepy, isn't he?
Oh, snap.
Oh, what happened? What? What damage is he doing to me? Dude, I've never seen this before. Oh, that's gonna kill me. Oh, it's absolutely gonna kill me. No way.
Finally. Is that cardio kick?
Jesus. I don't know if I'm killing that guy 25 times.
I think you signed.
I think I did too. Did I?
Yep.
Where do you see that?
I think it's green. It's higher up.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing crazy.
Oh, Lord, 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 Lord.
Oh, there's ain't no way to make it out of this. Okay, well, I don't know how I'm beating that boss 25 times. Jesus. What the heck is that?
Maybe by not walking through the fire.
That,
It spawns
sir,
it on me. What are you
is
talking
a skill
about?
issue. It's a skill issue right there.
The
It does like a
retards,
little-
the retards commenting.
It gives you a little poop line before it actually spits it
Yeah,
out. So
okay.
Yeah, you have to
And then
watch
once
And
that.
you realize that you realize the input latency and delay on the clicks in this game is longer than it takes for that to actually appear, right?
maybe
You
for like
You
old
understand that, right?
retired FPS players.
You
Yeah.
understand that, right?
Didn't you have the
I don't
slowest
see-
reaction
tired.
time,
I don't see.
Jared?
I don't see a single one of these retards commenting doing this.
There's also like dashes and things you can do where you don't have to walk through the smoke that's already on.
You still have
the
to
ground.
click to walk, dumbass.
Yeah, but you can walk. Okay, you just like have to cross over, and you just walk straight through it instead of dashing through it. If you dash through it, you don't take any damage. Now who's the retard?
Yeah, I know what's the thing you said. I
Jared
tuned
is.
out.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. Can't
You
even play
guys
the
are
game.
over here.
Can't even play this children's game.
Clowning.
Joey, he doesn't get iframes.
You know? They're retired iframes.
Yo, guys, I got some trail mix.
In fact, we're tired of the retards. We're tired of the retards
What?
watching.
What? I need to know how good you're doing.
We're tired of the comments from people too watch to even play video games anymore.
I play video games all the time.
That's just rude, Joey.
Hey man,
Is that a
rooks
person?
being rooks. There was a person.
What if he had teammates?
Where'd his body go? Oh, here we go. Did he have any meds on? Ooh, he had a master control key?
Dude, nice.
The most
some
loot
of
that guy's
the-
ever gotten in his life.
Yeah, probably. Is what it is. My team is going
Joey's got
crazy.
it.
My team said, no, we are murdering everyone. This guy's got a challenge to kill 9 runners in 1 mission. We slaughter everything.
Is that your teammate?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Do your kills count?
Where the heck was this dead body? I have too much crap.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to
I
the
don't
Tim
need
Dillon
that.
Show. When I die,
I need meds. That's what I need.
please make
That
AI
guy
videos
there.
of me saying crazy shit and causing havoc. Now, I don't think BB's dead, mind you, but what a great story if he were dead and he was like
Problem is, I kind of want to
still
save.
causing international incidents while dead. He's not dead from the people I've spoken to. He's not dead, but
Did he
it's
open
a
it?
it's a nice idea that whenever a leader were to die now, we just
they
have
don't
to
know, huh?
sift through
No? I'm
things
so
that
confused.
they
These guys
put
are
out
confusing me.
and wonder, is this real? Is this not? This guy's saying Genghis Khan is going to beat Jesus. That would be so much more funny if he were dead. If he were dead and then they were sitting there and they go, BB's got a list of things he wants us to use AI to make him say. And then one of them is Genghis Khan has the advantage over Jesus because evil wins, according to Benjamin Netanyahu. And a lot of people are thinking the guy's dead. I don't think he's
What are you doing,
dead.
people?
But this is like big speculation. I've even texted people. I've said, hey, is this guy dead? And then people were like, well, we don't think so, but we don't really know. And then people are sending you videos back and forth of him like, yeah, here he is. This is BB. Netanyahu, still alive, perhaps.
Also wrote The Lessons of History, very brief, 100-page book, in which he said, well, history
This dude's
proves
just looking for
that-
problems.
unfortunately and unhappily, Jesus Christ has no advantage over Genghis Khan. Because if you are strong enough, ruthless enough, powerful enough, evil will overcome good.
Which side are we, BB? Stop that for a minute. Hold on. Who are we? Now that we've united with you, who are we here? Are we Genghis Khan? What are we? We're not the Jesus side, right? Tell me exactly who are we in this allegory? What exactly is this? Continue.
So you have no choice.
But to kill
If
them
you
all.
look at the world as it is today, you have
Kill
to be
everyone.
blind not to see
Right.
that the democracies led by the United States
Very
have to
nice.
reassert their will to defend themselves
Against people
and
who
to
aren't
oppose
threatening.
their enemies in time while there's still time, before the jarring gong of danger.
Did he
wakes them
just
up
say
and
the
wakes them up.
jarring gong of danger? Roll that back.
Before the jarring gong of danger wakes them up
What
and
does that
wakes
do?
them up too
While
late.
piloting your
This is where we
pickpocket,
are
trying to become
now.
invisible?
The fact
Heck
that
yeah,
people
brother.
don't see that, the fact that a lot of the news media are
I mean,
harking
this
on
guy, hold on. This is the drug addict in the house who's got all the family in the living room going, everybody accuses me of everything. Nobody trusts me. Every time money's missing, you ask me about it. My boyfriend was in this house for 5 minutes, and yet you think me and him took your money. This is insane. I'm going to move out, and I'm going to move out because I have been attacked. The relentless attacks from the people in this house, all the while she's got your money in the pocket. Like this, I have never seen a more violent person talk more about the need for peace. It's the craziest. I've never in my life
gotta
seen
watch Tim Dillon,
gaslighting
pal.
like this. This is the most violent person I've ever seen. This guy cannot get out of a war. They're in wars you don't even know they're in. Ground troops in Lebanon. He's got guys talking shit to Turkey already. This guy's so off the chain. And yet he's talking
Hello? Guys, we should play a game. Hello?
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 About peace and Jesus and Genghis Khan, and even if you have righteousness with you, that's not enough. You gotta confront all the enemies, and all the enemies are anyone he thinks is an enemy or who could become an enemy. It's the gaslighting of the century. It is the drug addict in your house. Every household has a drug addict who gets on a soapbox and starts saying, I cannot believe I am being accused again of stealing money from my older sister. I don't have to take this just because I've been to rehab 5 times and you found the money in my room and I don't know who put it there, but it was to frame me. I will not participate in this. I've never seen a person, because the thing about Bibi Netanyahu is he's kind of soft-spoken. He's not, I'm not going to say he's unsuspecting, because he's certainly not. He's been around a bit. But I mean, this guy, he cannot, there's nothing that will be enough for him.
Is it raining fire?
And the people that really support this, the people that are like,
Molten
well, it is in
flag.
America's interest to be
actually.
in an
That's cool.
unwinnable war with Iran and have the Straits of Hormuz closed and have oil go up and have, potential repercussions financially, and to lose all their relationships with the Gulf states, and to have the Gulf pull money out of projects in Silicon Valley and Wall Street and Hollywood and all these different places, and have our economy go belly up and have a draft and then a nuclear war. It is in America's interest. And if you suggest otherwise, you're an anti-Semite and a pig. It's everything I just listed is happening. It's not like a thing that might happen. It's literally happening. We're not in. Get Pete Hegseth up. This guy, he's coming out every few days and going, "We're winning this war," and there's no evidence of that. Every few days, Pete Hegseth comes out and says something more ludicrous about what we're going to do to the Iranians. He's like, we're gonna skin them. And you're like, well, we're not doing anything, actually. He said something that was, he's like, we're sharing the ocean with the Iranians. We're giving them the floor tonight. Tonight, they're getting the floor of the ocean. It's like, this guy doesn't talk like a Secretary of Defense. I'm sorry, Secretary of War, which I don't know how good he is at. And yeah, I mean, the whole thing is an embarrassment. And the reason that America is not just going to walk away from this is because, it would really show the world that the American empire is in a stage of terminal decline, and our dollar would probably be in trouble. Here's Pete Hegseth saying we hold the cards, which, by the way, that means like nukes. What are the cards? Pete Hegseth, everyone, friend of the show.
Why are we helping Israel prosecute this war if they're going to pursue their own objectives?
We hold the cards.
Yeah.
We have objectives.
Good.
Those objectives are clear.
That's right. What are they? Stop that. What, by the way, what the fuck are they? The objectives are clear. The only time they went near an objective was when they said Iran can't have a nuke, and everyone was like, whatever, okay. Do they have a nuke? Are they close to a nuke? Because this guy Bibi has been saying they've had a nuke for 30 years. Well, they're enriching uranium. Okay. Didn't we bomb their nuclear enrichment sites at Fordo and other places? We bombed them. Well, yeah, but it didn't do enough. Oh, so what's the goal here? Regime change? Right, so troops on the ground? No. Right, so regime change, though. How would that happen? Well, it'd be a popular uprising. The people of the country? Yeah. Which people? The people that don't like the regime?
Yeah, are they hardliners? Are they more progressive? They'll figure it out. So the people are going to overthrow the Revolutionary Guard that we can't get rid of. Something like that.
We held our achievements.
Oh, okay. Let's watch the rest of Pete here. Maybe I'm wrong. Pete Hegseth.
And the truth speaks for itself. I mean, President Trump was very clear about that. Iran has weaponized energy for decades. Israel clearly sent a warning, and POTUS has made it clear, very clear. Iran knows when you hit Karg Island and you hit military capabilities on Karg Island, which is the only thing we hit, we can hold anything at issue. Anything. The United States military controls the fate of that country. Iran has the ability to make the right choices. It should not, going forward, target Arab allies, Arab countries, trying to create pain, the pain that they created themselves. Thank you all very much. Thank you for your time.
I mean, this guy, they should not try to create pain, the pain that they created themselves. We attacked their country. We killed the leader of their country. Like during Ramadan. Whatever you feel about the dude, I don't want to live in fucking Iran. But this idea that this is like a moral imperative that we need to be out there helping the Iranians set up a new government whilst a lot of Americans get killed.
They have to block one of their attacks.
It's a little ridiculous. Pretty stupid. Maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. Passengers trapped in Waymo after a homeless man threatens to kill them for giving money to a robot. This is an interesting story. It's a human interest story. I think we're going to see more stories like this that are actually, I think, kind of life-affirming and encouraging here, just to take a break from international news. So now here is people sheltering for their life in a Waymo.
Why are you in the trunk?
That's why, ma'am, I'm trying to figure this out. Like, I'm over here. Yeah, the won't let me out.
Why are you in it?
Huh?
New at 11 tonight, scary moments in this driverless rideshare. This Waymo stop is raising a lot of questions tonight. How did a stranger end up in the trunk? A woman says she ordered the driverless taxi for her daughter on Monday in MacArthur Park, and when it arrived, they noticed the man inside the trunk. Apparently, he'd entered the car after a previous driver left the trunk open at a drop-off. The video has since gone viral. We did reach out to Waymo for a statement. The company says they are committed to keeping their riders safe, adding, quote, "This experience was unacceptable, and we're actively implementing changes to address this."
Give them $5 off. Give them $5 off and tell them to fuck off. Listen, homeless people, there's a natural symbiosis, and I've seen it, between homeless people and robots. Homeless people and robots are going to really they're going to start building bonds because they're out late at night. It's true. If you walk down a street, a lot of times you'll just see homeless people, Waymos, and the food delivery robots, and they've created a community of their own. It's a community of their own. You're in your bed with your head tucked on your pillow, wondering how you can, buy a cabin somewhere. But homeless people are out there on the front lines with the robots. The Waymos, the food delivery bots, the homeless people are negotiating this new reality more than anyone else. So you can't separate them. Think of why this is kind of brilliant. The homeless have been discarded by society. But everyone soon will be discarded by society. So the homeless people know this, and they see the robots as kind of a justification of their life and their choices. Not to blame homeless people for it, but the homeless people get very excited with these robots. Sometimes they fight with them. Sometimes they'll jump on top of them. Sometimes they're just really high and they're just kind of stare at each other. But homeless people are saying, oh, it wasn't just us.
Okay, that's all I'm probably going to get here.
Soon they're going to get rid of everybody. And there's something probably oddly fulfilling if you're a homeless person in that, and freeing. There's something freeing if you're a homeless person. Go, well, I'm not going to get a job because everyone on the street's a robot.
Oh, no.
That's really what you have. So you have a lot of homeless people that are tragically addicted to drugs, befriending, and sometimes it's adversarial, but creating and living in communities with robots in a way that a lot of regular people are not. You know, so this is really what's happening. In January, Doug Fulop was riding home from a night out in San Francisco when a man crossed the street in front of his car, doubled back, and began screaming at him. The man punched the car's windows and tried lifting up the vehicle. He then yelled that he wanted to kill Mr. Fulop and the other two passengers for giving money to a robot. A taxi driver would have simply driven away, but Mr. Fulop's vehicle had no driver. It was a Waymo.
You usually have
We
to
felt
pick 'em up
helpless,
to see,
said Mr. Fulop, 37, who works in the tech industry.
My inventory and
Since autonomous cars started roaming San Francisco streets almost 4 years ago, they have elicited an array of reactions from humans. Angry protests.
Oh, you could do two.
They've created an unexpected hazard for passengers of self-driving cars all around the city.
Find a nice gun and just pick it up.
So there's going to be homeless people that celebrate these things, and there will be homeless vigilantes. There will be homeless vigilantes, and they are the best of us. If you're homeless and still care about the society enough to fight back,
all the God Wars
to fight a Waymo, you know, things like that.
For Wars to do that.
You know, I don't condone it. I'm certainly not suggesting it. But it takes character to be as such a. You can't get more marginalized than being homeless. I know it's hard to be a queer, you know, actor at the Oscars or whatever. I know it's hard. But imagine being homeless. That's like got to be like kind of worse. Now, if that person can muster up enough rage to say we have to fight these machines, but I don't know how it's going to go. It's hard to know because the homeless are the first line of defense. They are. When the robot, and I don't like any of this, but when the robot police come out, they're going to get good on the homeless. It's not something I like saying, and the homeless know that. When the robot police start patrolling the streets, when Peter Thiel's accountability bots are unleashed into the downtown streets, they are going to be training on homeless people. And there will be a room, and there will be a closed-circuit TV at Palantir or some such company, and they will all be watching a robot downtown, and that robot will be fighting 20 or 30 homeless people. And some nights the homeless will win. Some nights the homeless will win, and it'll go on YouTube, and we'll watch it. And we'll say the homeless downed an accountability bot. They downed one of the bots in downtown LA. 35 homeless people attacked it in a coordinated way. Homeless people are just going to start attacking these things in a coordinated way. They are our first line of defense. They are the Minutemen.
Hard mode gives 100 rep for all the other ones.
Reboot me.
It's just what's going to happen. This is where society is going very quickly. It's going to AI-driven security apparatus. One of the reasons that horrible attack on the girls' school in Iran happened was because we're using AI to pick targets.
What?
So AI is already a major player in this war that's not going so hot. And it's going to, all this stuff that gets debuted in like a foreign war zone is going to hit the American streets. It's going to hit the American streets. And who's going to fight? You? I think not. The homeless, the unhoused.
How the heck are they attached to me through a wall like that? That's ridiculous.
Your teammates are trolling. He literally could not have waited any longer.
I literally am like crawling towards him and he's actively running away from me. That's why I was laughing. Please have meds. Nope. Okay.
Or did he kill enough people while you were down that you got your challenge?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's basically as long as our team doesn't wipe, the challenge is still good.
Hmm.
No ammo, by the way. Pick up one of their light ammo guns. I wasn't even paying attention. Did y'all kill them, or did y'all just press and they left? Killed two. We didn't. Missing one.
Based.
That's your proc sensor or ours? Yeah, who was that? I don't know. Okay, Humble King said it was.
Did he take the freaking... Why are there bots here? There's never bots here.
Did I do all the triumphs at Twin Furious last time I did Twin Furious?
Please have meds, please have meds, please have meds.
I already have a lot of these.
Oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks.
Cool people don't look at explosions. Fast and Furious 3, More Fast, More Furious 1. What are the achievements? Fast and Furious 1, Fast and Furious 2. More Fast, More Furious 4, 5, 6, 3. More Fast, More Furious.
Like that pistol had full weapon mods. Can you strip them?
Had what?
I think the pistol had full weapons. Oh boy.
Did not have as many mods as this one did. I know that. Oh, he walked right in front of my grenade. Man. What did he scan that we got a prompt like that? What the heck? Oh, frick.
But the Valorant game just was supposed to stream like an hour ago to prove that he was good enough for Diamond. Oh, it's almost his bedtime. It's unfortunate. Good night, Justin.
We're not gonna find any more nameless organs or up the check should say kitten samples. That's all you can do. Yeah, whatever you call it. Green. Useless.
Oh no, we need a red box.
Yeah, red. Just get out of here, bro. Well, we all went that way. What's the exit?
Love you. Alright, guys, I'm gonna take a shower and then we're gonna start. The day's gonna begin.
Justin. Good night, sleepy Justin.
No, I'm taking a shower and then the day's gonna start.
Good night. Didn't I literally call it 20 seconds ago? Justin, go sleep, sleep, sleep.
Pop, pop, pop. Get ready.
Justin, go sleep, sleep, sleep. Sleepy old man. Sleep, 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 sleep. Good night. Justin, go sleep, sleep, sleep.
Why'd you heal there? Don't you have regen?
If I was lucky, I could grapple up there real quick and I'm activated.
Or did you drop that mod?
Sleep, 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 sleep.
I can just grapple. I can grapple up. Okay. I can run it before y'all push.
If y'all want to go back up, we have the wreck here.
Nice. This is excellent. Oh, I see the red, yeah. I'm gonna see your people though. So we just get out with what we have before we don't lose all of it.
They're extracting two. Right over there.
Oh yeah. Wait, I'm a thief on this. Oh, I think it's too far though. When if I can get this stuff open. Wait, don't have to yet. Wait a second, I'm gonna find them. Oh no, never mind. My thief barely got too far. He only had a blue on him though.
It doesn't work on teammates, right?
No, I wish.
Guess killed 9 people.
What's that?
Killed 9 people.
Yeah.
I want the seed bag so bad. I think I basically need Joey and Nate to play to get the seed bag.
Why?
Because it's the skilling boss that like requires like 12 people.
Is that
People
Croesus
soloing
or
that crap?
Telos?
Croesus.
Mm.
It's also a stupid rare drop. But the seed bag holds 40 different seeds, so it's 40 different inventory slots that saves. Also, when you're thieving or looting seeds, that'd be a nice little. Yeah, this. Dingo scrap. Blah, blah, blah. I don't understand how this bounty system works. It's like you 5 bounties one day, and then you could do 1 the next day, and then 2 the next day, and then 3 the next day, and then 4 the next day, and then 5. I think it's down here, right? Dingo scrap. Let's see, I have 1500 scrap. It's like the best way to get the reputation. For the increased drop chances. Oh, since I'm going to need the Swift core body armor or whatever.
Where the heck am I? Wow. Terrible spawn.
What the fuck is this? Have you ever had a big daytime like this? You're high? Uh-huh. It doesn't look like it's daytime for you guys? No. What the fuck? What's wrong with my game? Hey, here.
we're doing here, boys?
Hmm?
Well, my teammates just running in circles. I'm just kind of following them.
Oh my goodness.
Still like foggy outside. No, I checked that. I think it's the over here.
Mm.
What the heck are the keys?
Well, except didn't see what I got, did he? That's not even here. Now he's honking.
What did you get?
Um, well, I first off, I on my tank armor, I put. Oh, what is this? This isn't my tank armor, is it? Oh, it is. Well, I put Scav 3 and Crackling and Ultimatum on my tank armor. What I get? I got Lent to Dime, Incense Sticks, which increase potion duration.
Weird.
Hmm?
Weird.
I got more Quorum Sticks.
What's the 4
Yes. Where is it?
next to the Dark Onyx course?
Powder Penance. Gain prayer points equal to 2.5% of any damage you receive for 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you about.
Yeah, they're not easy to get.
It's the whirly gigs or whatever, right?
Yeah. You have to get gold flowers, though. That's the hard part.
Wait, there's another.
It's a rare drop.
I told you about the other buff. This is in like his pre. Remember, I said he has like a preload.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that. A couple other buffs. This incense sticks, and then all the runes. There was some other crazy buff. If you I can find it.
Oh. Mm.
Desert Pantheon Aura. There you
go. Okay. How many super prayer flasks do you think I need?
Look up the Desert Pantheon Aura.
Where's that? What does it do?
You can pick which. It has a couple different buffs, and you can pick which one you want. 10% reputation gained within Menaphos for an hour. Maximum HP increased by 20% for an hour. Maximum HP increased by 25% for an hour? Wait, what?
Where's my... Weapon poison. Okay, if I did Zuck, do I need anti-poisons? Or no, right? No anti-poisons, I don't think. Well, I should probably upgrade. Do I need this for Zuck? Do I need this Inferno Puzzle Box to upgrade it?
I don't know if it helps.
There's supposed to be like a part where you're supposed to like save.
So you can get the obsidian armor if you're worried about taking damage.
What?
So you can get the obsidian armor if you're worried about taking damage.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go that far. How long is that gonna take? At that point, I might as well do a lot of other things too. I wanted to get the puzzle box and the Hellhound first, but I don't know if I care right now.
You don't need it. You can get the puzzle box to tier 3, but not drain stamina or not drain adrenaline in a combat.
What happened?
I said the puzzle box. The only good thing would be the what do you call it? The not draining stamina.
Yes, that was what I would get it for. What else would I get it for?
It has other uses.
Yeah, not Zuck, it doesn't.
Not for
Because he said like in the last thing you like, I don't know, the last challenge circle, you're supposed to like pray something. I don't know. Let's see, did I waste my sign? Do I need a life refresh? Sure. I forget what did I want here? Oh, renewal. I got a power burst just in case I need it. I don't know if I'm going to need it. Maybe though.
No, animate data is crazy.
Zuck shouldn't be that hard. I shouldn't need to get too much, right? I probably do blubberies, right? And I shouldn't need protect from melee because five. Is that how I put the special attack?
Did you drag the weapon over?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
That's equip.
Hang on. What do I not have binded here? This is. Oh my god. Um. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't see 7 binded anywhere. Seven it is. Wait, hang on. 7 is going to be my. Okay. You said I don't drag it over?
No, that's to equip it. You have to go find the ability.
What the hell would the ability be? I did it before.
What's on the Necro tab?
What the this?
No, on the Necro tab. On the top.
This?
Yeah. What's in here?
Just like
Those are
the
the
incantations. Yeah.
Oh, what's the skull one? What does Lord of Bones do?
It increases your like skeleton damage or something. That's Threads of Fate.
Death Grasp. Weapon special attack. There you go. It's in the Constitution.
It's in what?
Constitution.
What would have been Constitute? What the hell? That was just all weapon special attack?
Yeah, it's under. It's above this. Yeah, what's this?
Oh,
Yep,
Death
there it
Grasp?
is. Yep.
Oh. Oh, I already had this. Find it.
Honk honk.
Literally in my 11 bar, I have this bind it. See?
Honk honk honk.
So you're honker. Okay, what else do I need? I have plenty of prayer potions, I think, right? prayer flasks.
So
So
you got to take fall damage for your friend.
I got poison. I'll eat my lanternine sticks. I'll drink the powder, and that should be good, right? Oh, I
Can you
need
get in?
Tokel ring, right?
I would.
Is 1500 charges enough? I don't know what it charges to. See if I could charge it.
If you see any thermocans, can you guys let me know? Yes. Thank you. Wait, I missed that call out. Is that two right now, or was that before?
I think you have to pay Total to charge it.
Hmm?
Like you have to pay the Total to charge it.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
4,000 charges. One charge is depleted for every hit. Maybe I should recharge it. I think I have to come here and I have to like charge it with somebody, right?
Right here, right here. More?
I don't know how much Tokel I have.
Couple of.
Yoink, 99,000. Okay.
Minus 30,000.
I don't need to, he's just gonna give me like a piece to upgrade my cape. I don't need to bring anything in special.
Yep.
I don't need the undead things. I don't think these guys count as undead.
Wait, this one actually. Wait, what? Oh, no.
Um. Oh my goodness. Oh, it was a blessed flask. It goes up to 80 doses of extreme prayer. What? Look that up next.
Okay, go look up how long it takes to make that.
Barricade during the third challenge on wave 15. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Those are my sticks. I think blubberfish hold more like it's what 3 heals for blubberfish. Oh,
I don't have a red key. I do not.
maybe I should just bring sailfish. Is blubberfish 1 heal or 3 heals or 4 heals?
Go for the last exfil. Last exfil. All right, here.
3 bytes. So it's 21, 22.50 total.
You talk about blue jellyfish?
Yeah.
Just hover, it tells you.
It doesn't tell you how many times I heal. I can eat it. Okay, so we're just gonna go sailfish, I think, right?
Use cardio kick. Wait, where are you guys?
Okay, let's go vampirism. We're gonna
Do
drink
that
this.
last.
Why, what? What?
Okay.
Why did you say do it last?
Did you do the bonfire and stuff already?
Yes.
Okay.
What am I going? Fight kill or fight cave? Or fight cauldron?
Neither. Yeah.
You hear that?
Is it the fight cauldron?
Huh? Why can't I back? Oh my god. Where's the getting there? Location? This is our front?
We waiting on final exfil. I have bubble shield. Okay. Getting a little nervous, but alright. You got some bits. Falling.
You can teleport to the cathedral using your Pontifex ring.
Yeah.
Oh, I know where we are. Sweet. Yeah, hide out. Hide out here. And so, the very last second. You want to buy it?
That way?
Take a buy.
Okay, to our front. Then what? I have to run all the way down?
I guess you have to go through the sewers, yeah.
I thought the ring would teleport me. I would have thought it would have been in that place with the rest of the things. Shit. Where's the fucking... Where's my map? Doo-doo. Which way am I going? This way?
No.
Oh, this way?
Yes.
I don't know why it won't show me on the map. It was like...
Yeah, we're good, we're good, we're good.
Oh my god, this useless fucking app. Hang on.
Wonder if it was Pack Yak.
What?
I said I wonder if it was Pack Yak.
If what was Pack Yak?
What you should use just for more food.
Eat. I think it is. Should I go back?
No, it's up to you.
Okay. I do think it's Pack Yak. I do remember that now.
Oh, sorry.
That desperate cry was amazing. Oh, you missed it. Oh, that was amazing.
What, did your teammate almost get downed or something?
No, it was final exfil and there was a rook. There's a guy doing a scav run and he tried to dive in at the last second. I had a bubble shield and our teammate had his riot shield out. And we just insta-killed him and he's like, no, please! And we just insta-killed him. The dude was stacked with loot. I didn't have time to loot all of it. That was like that rook had like a god run, and we just ended it in the last second of it.
It's like you're not even. It's just like
That was for the love of the game.
sake of killing.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was purely out of spite.
Monster's gonna do this first try, no problem.
Be sick. That'd be sick.
And then you just have to do it 3 more times.
Was this the fight kiln?
I wish.
Oh, it's the freaking big guy.
But
Ooh, that's gonna make my vault full. Yes, it is. RuneScape, now with electric guitar.
Jared already ignoring the normal safe spot. Classic.
Is it over here?
I think it's northwest.
What is that? What might be the burden thing just go in the middle of my screen? Where is it? Over here? No way, it's over here. Right?
Yeah, it's like right in the nook. No, it's in the nook by those rocks.
Here?
No, the rocks in the middle.
What? Oh, this fucking pack yak is gonna get me killed. I don't know if in the middle?
No, where that geyser is? Like right next to the geyser.
Over here?
No.
Fucking dude, there's 5 geysers, man.
Okay, you were standing like 3 feet away from one, and yeah,
Actually not helpful. What
okay,
the fuck?
the northwest of the center, in the nook.
Not the cranny, the nook.
What the fuck nook?
There's a little L-shaped rock. Yeah, just go stand in the nook.
Oh, I've never seen people over here.
That's what the wiki said. I don't know. I don't play this game.
The guy you watch a billion times hides in that corner over there.
The guy I watch a
100%
billion
sure.
times just one-shots everything. So, you know.
And some of these guys I'm supposed to be like, I don't know. I forget what I'm supposed to do. Like other like stun abilities or something. To weaken them.
You should, you should kill everything except for one thing and then change the pack yak to be tiny.
Oh shit.
You could do that?
Yeah. What is it? Customizations? Follower companion? What is he? Shit.
I mean, she also said she never had the brakes changed.
God damn it, man.
I didn't notice anything wrong at all.
Boss pet, I think.
Yeah.
Just do that.
No, wait. Shit. What's so much fun, dude.
Oh, it's the little bird thing, maybe.
The fuck? The what? What? Then what can?
Kill the little bird thing.
It's gonna. This is fuck.
Just
Oh,
click boss pets, yes.
I don't want this pet though. That's fucking huge, dude.
Okay, then do skilling pets.
Fucking do that last time. Stupid shit. Okay. Oh shit. None of these are the big guys. I keep thinking these are like the Zach Zuck.
Jad on 6. 2 Jad on 11. 3 Jad on 16. I think this next wave, there's stuff that you want us done. I don't know.
That I have to stun.
I don't know if you have to.
You don't have to, but and then it's important because like the at the end, like
Oh, you only need to kill the 3 big dudes, then you click the action button, then you damage Zach.
yeah, I forget what ways that's gonna be.
Well, this is one of them.
Oh, really?
4 is, yes. Wait, what? Oh. Yeah, kill the 3 big dudes, then you click the action button and attack Zuck. Or just nuke everything. You're not going for time. Also deflect melee probably. Yeah, you have to do 50,000 damage in like 20 seconds.
So much fun.
Got a pump. Where's your ult? Do something. Death Guard special. I don't know.
Did I fail this thing?
Yeah, you didn't do enough damage, so you have to do this wave again.
Oh.
Yeah, I think you only have to kill the big ones.
I'm looking for the big ones, man. What are the big ones? The big one hidden somewhere?
Yeah, that's one right there, I think.
Well, my stupid dude fucking summoned my guys instead of attacking the fucker.
It's almost like that's how your revolution bar is set up. Yeah, so then you can just click the button and it'll kill everything else. Yeah, and then you... Yeah, now it's phased. Now you go to wave 5. You just kill them. If you don't kill them, each one alive does 6k damage. Like
You
20
guys there?
seconds.
Oh, okay.
You guys
Honk,
ready?
honk, honk, honk.
I'm back.
I think there's a jet on this wave. Yeah, just stay here. It's not going to get to you. Kill everything else. Honk, honk, Justin.
No. Wrong. I took a nice shower now, and I'm ready for the day.
You're going to go shower?
No, I just took one.
Might need a second one. You're stinky.
My prayer renewal.
No, my toes feel so clean.
I knew Justin was a toe guy. What a weirdo.
No. I accept everyone, but it's not my thing.
I don't remember these prayer flicks too well.
Well, you're going to find out. No prayer flick needed.
Crazy.
Next challenge wave is 9. Or igneous wave, whatever.
Oh, there's a stupid bird. It's gonna be the death of me.
Yeah, I think those birds actually drain your prayer or adrenaline or something.
Might be when my prayer feels like it's low.
Well, it's also been running a lot.
True. Maybe I should just not run it right now.
Oh my god, yeah, kill the birds. Your prayer's almost gone.
I can fucking see them. Holy. There's another fucking bird? Shitters, man. Little shitters, dude. No more Jad chucks anywhere.
Jads, there's going to be 2 on level 11.
Yeah, but level 9 is a challenge wave, right?
Yes. I think you're standing on a fountain.
Isn't this was a safe spot? It doesn't feel safe.
Thank you.
Feels like I'm getting.
I think you need to be in the corner. Oh no. Also, your prayer is full if you want to start deflecting again. These ones are ranged.
Where's my vampirism? Where was my ghost? Why am I not healing? This feels like an ass spot. But... Dude, I'm getting absolutely the fuckered on.
So after you click the button, you're gonna need to do 50,000 damage again.
Oh damn. Okay.
And then after that, there's gonna be another challenge where you have to like nuke another enemy within 20 seconds.
I need to nuke another enemy.
Yeah, nuke this one.
I'll take about this like special ability.
High damage, thresholds, special attack, whatever. I think it said only damage like 3k or above will actually hurt it. I think you did it. Nice. 2 jets. One will spawn here. Kill this one first.
Oh shit.
Magic. Magic again. Ranged. Magic.
Oh, wave 11 was something, right? I just said wave 11.
That was 11. 12 and 13, I think it said you need freedom.
Oh, great. What do I need freedom for?
A bleed.
Oh, there's a fucking Jad? What is that?
No, these are the
Oh,
mage ones. Kill the
okay.
birds. Kill the birds.
I'm getting absolutely shit on.
It's halfway dead.
Something like that, Joey.
Something, something. You still have all of your potions. Something.
I beat this. I'm so fucked.
You guys know what you're doing. Yeah, what's up? Doing pretty nice. So, no, we just haven't known. For years. Alright, I'm just kidding. I don't know what I'm doing on this map. It's my first time playing it, so just
Other waves I should know about in the future.
bots in here and find quick.
Hold on.
Security codes.
Next wave is another one of those kill waves. Then it's a challenge wave. Then it's 3 Jucks. 3 Jads.
We need level 1 to get out of here.
Dude, I'm just getting. This is insane damage, dude. I can't not healing at all. Vampirism, go nothing, dude.
I thought they made a different one.
There's also computer terminals that look like triple wide monitors, and they have if you
You have to go into the shield domes.
Mm-hmm.
You only have to kill the 3 big ones, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I would just ignore everything else.
Yeah. Very easily said.
And then we'll be able to activate the scanners on the wall, and the scanners will show us where batteries
Yeah, walk into the thing, please.
Okay, slow down for me a little.
Then you're gonna have to do the 50k damage again.
That's fair. There's so much fucking shit with this map.
And then the next one, you need the barricade is 15, is where you need to do barricade. It says after the first monster fires its projectile.
Alright, what was that? You need to say that again.
After the first monster in the challenge wave that's coming up next fires its projectile, then you barricade. You need to try to block
what is a
all
challenge
of it.
wave?
It's like the circle thing.
Okay, what's in it?
4 enemies that attack you, but you need to barricade.
Right now, so I need to barricade now?
I think right when something attacks. Do you have max adren though?
No. No, I do.
Ooh, barricade. Oh no.
What happened?
Oh wait, no. Oh, stand here, stand here. Okay. Whew. Ranged.
No, 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 no. No, no, no. Dog shit, dog shit, dog shit.
Ranged.
No, 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 no.
Magic.
Fucking why? Why? Fucking just attack, you piece of shit.
Oh shit, did I walk through the laser? Oh my god.
Okay, go to the west side, throw a vulnerability bomb on Harakan, and go blast. Left side, left side. West. Or why is it east? What the heck? Minimap lied, the minimap lied. Nuke it. Just kill tentacles until it comes back. Make sure, I think it launches bombs. Just dodge them if you can. And then it's actually the boss fight.
Yeah, with no food.
Also, I think that kind of sucks is the, like, you see so much loot, and, like, is it even worth picking up, you know? Damn. Because chances of getting out are...
There's a, what's it called? Seagull gemmer.
I don't know how I heal so bad with vampirism. Am I just not allowed to heal in here or something?
I'll put it on us when we go into control.
Like, does vampirism just not work?
I think it does. That one wave definitely, there's like a debuff that you're supposed to free. Holy crap.
You can open the door to, like, the main area, the control wing.
It's all my food.
The computer away. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw out some more, ammo.
Yeah, magic prayer maybe?
Maybe. There might be a way we can just get around into oh, cool. We can scan here and look for batteries.
So this
Battery
is
right
what
here.
computer?
No, these are the scanner things, and they give you different scans based on your clearance, and then you can look and show you stuff. There was a battery right on the ground I picked up, but it might have shown us that depending on our clearance. We need level 2 to get through there anyway, so we gotta find 2 key cards, and they can be just randomly on
Melee against him, I think, but yeah.
I think there should be a way we can get into control without level 2 as well, and it might just be like a less advantageous entry point, but I'm not positive. Oh, here we go. Okay, some more spawns. That'll hopefully give us the key.
Okay. Put freedom somewhere on the bar.
Why?
Because there's a debuff that, like, burns you.
I never saw it.
It like, bleeds you. Deals 300 to 500 magic damage per stack every 1.2 seconds.
Okay, where was that? When did you see that?
Zuck will do it. And it was waves 13 and 14, I think it said. 12 and 13, sorry.
That was 2,000 charges on my ring. 1,600 charges.
They can't be this grindy.
Yeah, this vampirism is trash.
There's
30 sands over here. I'm hacking it.
Oh, okay, yeah. This is the shitty remote control. So this is there's gonna be like people.
And what I need, weapon poison. Okay, I didn't need as many of these as I thought.
Hi guys.
Fill on the buffs. Holy.
Nice. I'll be right back. I'm gonna try to zap him. I was hoping to take the shield, the bubbles.
Oh wait, I can't do that, can I?
Yeah, it's tough.
Oh. Fuck.
Bubbles down?
God damn it.
Well, practice the boss fight.
I'm just trying to keep an eye on the door to see if they come through. Damn, he dropped his gun. Do you wanna push back to the place where you just were? We also have clearance level 2 now, so we can
The fuck is happening?
way.
The fuck?
Yeah, let's see.
Oh my god, this fight is ass.
Where was that other door? Is it on the far side there, I think?
Yes, I want my fucking shit back. What do you think?
Is that a human?
No.
Are you a human?
Oh.
I'm gonna unsee the team that we were fighting. To the door.
Fucking butt cheeks fight.
Yeah, they pushed back again. They did? Yeah, they're right here.
Fucking,
Yeah, he's got like 5 mechanics, 5 attacks.
Self-reddening.
A lot of deflect magic and dashing away from the boss.
Good job. Thank you. Yeah, sorry about that. I forgot about this.
I can't start a checkpoint to get the thing, right?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Nice grenade. Second reloading. Wow, you got me. Shit.
I don't even know when did I die?
Oh no, if you get back in LOS, I can.
I don't even know when I died there.
Yeah, I ran.
Lost my life refresh.
I thought I had better tracking than that. Back up a little bit. Yeah, we can also open this door behind us. I don't know if that helps. Well, actually, yeah, over in this corner, like we can open. Oh wait, our clearance went down. Oh my god, it's because he's holding the keys. Shit. Watch out, snipe.
May you
Pretty
start
sure
it
people
over?
just sit in this corner. What?
You started over?
Yeah. I'm not. There's no fucking point. Oh.
I mean, yeah, but you also have to be able to do the boss fight then.
I'll get try.
Can't believe that. Somehow dropped my insane gun.
Yeah, so wave 4, I think I gotta save up abilities for. That's challenge.
Yep. Wave 4 is the igneous, is the certain one. And then 5 is the challenge circle.
Everything just got so much more range and. Vampires was definitely not working. Look at this.
Have like a heal cut ability or something on you?
I don't think so. I don't have any debuffs. This is not healing for 5% of my damage. That's for sure.
That's what you think. I mean, how much damage are you doing?
I'm slaughtering these guys.
What is 5% of 1,000? 50? Instant kill. You're hurting a crippled old man?
Hell yeah. Fuck him. I didn't kill him? That was all my abilities. Maybe I need to ult. Where's the big ones? Do I have a timer where I have to use this button, or can I just walk around for a bit?
I think you can wait.
Wow. Insane.
Dead wave. Ranged.
La, la, la. Test, test. Test, 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 test.
Test.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi, Justin.
What up?
It's being way too loud right now. How'd you get so loud? Like my potion, my magic regen thing ran out. Oh my god, look what food I already went through. My overload's going and shit.
Oh, Lord. And there'll be thousands more of them at that point. But that's what's going to happen. These are going to be the initial clashes. What are we talking about here? We're talking about stuff that you can't not talk about, and that's the Aura frame. It's a digital picture frame. It's #1. It was rated #1 by Wirecutter. You can save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com. Everybody wants memories. Memories, turn your face to the moonlight. And then what it is a picture frame where all the digital photos are loaded onto it. You can skip one or the other. Look, there's Pop Pop. Remember when Pop Pop was alive? Remember when Pop Pop was alive?
I never ulted.
He was a drunk racist goon, but he lit up the room. Remember when Pop Pop was alive? He loved beef stew and talking about the Jews. Remember when Pop put Pop Pop on the Aura frame? Is that Pop Pop? That's Pop Pop. My father was a complicated man, you'll say, with the Aura frame. You'll go, my father was a complicated man, but I never saw him hit my mother. This is what is going to happen if you get an Aura frame. You're going to be sitting somewhere going, my father never raised a hand to my mother. And your sister's going to go, I saw him push her. And you're going to go, you're a liar. Pop Pop never laid a hand on her. Sure, he was nasty to her. Put Pop Pop on the Aura frame. He was a complicated man. Pop Pop. You get an Aura frame, and you can personalized photos and personalize a gift. You know, they include the gift box. Did you know that? And you can share your, because it's good when you get that Aura frame. Remember when Pop had the boat?
Big hits, threshold abilities, ultimate.
Remember when Pop had the boat?
That does over 3,000 damage.
He would take us out on that boat and he'd get real drunk. I mean, dangerous drunk. And he'd say things I won't even repeat now. He'd scream them into the gale force winds. And we only heard about a third of the words, thankfully. When the man spoke, the bile that was in him came from the pits of hell. Put Pop on the Aura frame. Who's that? Is that Pop? Your Pop loved you. He never hit Mom. There's things you don't remember, John. You were too young. Shut up. That's Pop. Don't speak ill of the man now that he's gone. He killed himself, John. No, he didn't. He fell asleep in that car. John, he killed himself. He killed himself, John. He couldn't bear to live with the guilt. The guilt of what? The guilt of what? He raised us. John, he was a pedophile, John. What? I won't even hear this. John, our father, Pop, was a notorious pedophile, cannibal, murderer. Somewhere. What? Yes, and that's why he killed himself, because he's in the Epstein docs. What? Pop is in the Epstein docs for eating children? Yes, John. Well, you're not going to like my present. What's your present? It's the Aura. It's the digital Aura frame.
No, just a normal wave. But this
it's got a lot of pictures of Pop on there. Remember when he came home in that Mexican hat?
Oh, that
he was a violent pedophile cannibal, John. They call them pedivores. He would eat the children. That's AURAFrames.com, promo code Tim. Support the show by mentioning us at checkout. Terms and conditions apply. Now go buy these Aura frames because this is their last ad. $35 off. Use code TIM. Go get these Aura frames, folks. I'm not kidding. Aura frame. Also, you get exclusive $35 off Carver mat at https:// auraframes.com/Tim. Promo code TIM. It's such a great gift, and it'll take you down memory lane, and isn't that what we all want? It feels like everyone's constantly trying to optimize their life, from routines to powders. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to have a functioning brain by 3 p.m. That's why I use the NeuroGum and mints. In a pilot study with Neuro's Energy and Focus mints, participants performed a cognitive test 21.4% faster than those without Neuro. I mean, this is how you get focus, follow through. Can I tell a small story? I just want to tell a small story about Neuromints and how they can help you focus. Okay? This is it now. I don't even know if I should tell this, but it does show how effective Neuromints can be. A friend of mine, let's call her Erica.
Yeah, I would treat them when you can.
She's had a wild life, this woman. She was in Romania. She had an orphanage. She was on a reality show. She married this famous guy. She was an intelligence asset. And I said to her, how do you do this? And she says,
this is the one with the bubble shields.
It's Neuro's Energy and Focus mints. And I says, but how do you do it after the guy, the husband and father of the kids gets murdered and you're out there doing all kinds of stuff? You're doing fundraisers and dancing around with glitter pants. How does this happen? She goes, I could lie to you.
Well,
but I'm telling you, it's Neuro's Energy and Focus.
50,000 damage.
I said, really? She goes, sure.
But yeah.
I said, how are you running this organization 7 hours after this guy got popped? She goes, a lot of people speculate, but it's Neuro's energy and focus mints. I go, really? She said, yeah, Neuro Energy and Focus is powered by natural green tea caffeine, L-theanine for calm, focus, and vitamin B12, and B6 for better mood and metabolism. I said, really? She goes, yes, and for limited time, you can get 20% off your first order at neurogum.com by using code TAM. That's neurogum.com and use code TAM for 20% off your first order. You can also find Neuro at CVS and Amazon.
Yes.
I said, okay. I said, that's how you've been able to stay so focused? She goes, you have no idea what I've been able to do with these mints.
You were saying no.
I said, it's kind of a weird thing to say, actually. She goes, you have no idea what I've been able to do with Neuro Gum and mint. I said, oh, okay, kind of leaves me with a bad taste in my mouth, but whatever. But they're powerful and they work. So now everyone's complaining to me about these airports. They're getting really, really bad. Because what's going on? Is it the TSA? Is it government shutdown? Nobody.
What do you mean?
The TSA has had enough.
I'm not blaming you. You did something and you didn't.
Stop screening people.
I thought.
You want to hear it? You want to hear a solution?
Three Jad wave, stand on the safe spot.
Stop screening them. Get on the fucking plane. Whatever happens, happens. Get on the fucking plane. If you want to go to Phoenix that much, just get on the fucking plane. Who cares? The cockpit door's locked. Who gives a shit? A couple of people might fucking have a bomb.
Okay.
You want to wait in line, or do you want a chlorine bomb to go off an hour outside of Orlando? It doesn't matter. Just get on the plane.
Both ranged again.
Just get on the plane. Security lines snake out of more terminals as TSA goes unpaid. Well, this is the government shutdown thing. Stop traveling. I don't know what to tell you people.
Range.
Find the place you like and stay there for a minute.
Range.
This is not exactly the time to be gallivanting all over the world.
Magic.
Are you going to be an American tourist right now? You psychopath? We're destabilizing the globe.
Damn it, man.
What kind of psychopath are you going to be right now? You're going to go to Italy and tell them why they're fucked because we're attacking Iran?
Fucking put this guy.
And we've driven the price of oil up and everything's gone insane?
Yeah, this is where I think I do the things. I need full
Have the decency to not inflict yourself on the rest of the world at this point. Do you think anyone wants you? Does anyone want the American tourist right now telling people how it is?
As long as you don't get nuked.
Oh, it's the ugly American here who's blowing up the world with Israel, everyone's other favorite country. Oh, good, it's America and Israel, everyone's favorites.
Yeah, just cut tentacles.
Everyone's favorites. Tell them where the best cheese shop is.
Execute.
It's America and Israel. You know, us in Israel right now are like just two junky meth heads the town has had enough of. The town has had enough of this behavior. I mean, us in Israel, we have, this is nobody.
I think he always surfaces on the other side.
Is excited right now to hear anything about the United States or Israel. No one in this world wants to hear about that. Sorry. Nobody wants to hear about that right now. So instead of getting on a plane to Scotland, so you can go tell everyone that you're from America and how important it is that the Ayatollah had to get whacked during Ramadan and that they should look out for more refugees and more terrorist attacks in their countries. That's coming soon.
Motherfucker.
Just tell them, go, during our destabilizing of the world, we've all decided we want to travel. We've all decided we want to travel after lighting the fuse that might lead to World War III. We've decided we always wanted to see Edinburgh. We wanted to try. We wanted to have high tea at the castle after we've lit the fuse that might start World War III. Have the decency to stay in your home, for Christ, please. No one wants to see your fucking face. Or mine. No one wants to see us right now.
Nobody does like big smashes. You do.
The fuck you gonna go to Spain and drink wine in the park? Be like, well, Israel has the right to defend itself. No one wants this shit from you.
It should.
A bunch of fat American fucking psychopaths invading your country to tell you about that Israel needs to attack 19 other countries? You guys should really help us with this Strait of Hormuz.
There's a bunch of things going on.
They're going to start kidnapping Americans in these countries and killing them publicly, and they won't be wrong. They're going to start kidnapping Americans out of their hotels and throwing them in the middle of the street and lighting them on fire. We're literally destabilizing the world, okay? We're destabilizing the planet Earth, like in a major way. And Americans' main concern right now is how they can get their fat ass on a cruise to one of the other countries who were also fucking in the process of this, by the way.
Oh, I died here.
So the thing about Americans, we'll never not travel. We don't care. We'll nuke Iran. We'll start a nuclear exchange.
Yeah, over there.
And then we'll get on a flight to Paris. We don't care. We will straight up bring the world to nuclear Armageddon, and then we will go and take a tour of a winemaking, a vineyard in Italy. We don't care. Can you imagine being the American abroad right now? Like, I have a friend who just booked a solo trip to Europe, and he's young and attractive, and it's like, whatever. Yeah. And he doesn't look American. Big help. Can you imagine being the American right now, like on vacation? Hey, do you have any ketchup?
Fucking unfortunate.
Do you have any ketchup? We just bombed Lebanon. We're gonna bomb everyone.
I would just
maybe even you.
Because he has like 6 mechanics.
Nobody wants it. Nobody wants this stuff. Nobody wants it. Yes, anti-Semitism is bad. You know this, but we cannot call every criticism of this war anti-Semitic. We can't call every criticism of Israel's influence on our politics anti-Semitism. This is silly.
No more buffs.
The people that are trying to make this case that this is like a necessary war, they're really having a hard time of it. They're really having a tough time. When you listen to them, they're like, well, the thing is about like Iran is that, you know, they've always been an antagonist, and they've always been trying to kill Americans, and they say death to America. They say really bad things, and so I think it's important that we confront them. They fund proxy armies, and there's not one actual actionable, like, if we didn't do this, we'd be fucked. So this is an interesting story. This is about Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go players unknowingly trained a 30 billion image AI map, which is now powering Coco food delivery robots. Now, I love the food delivery robots. I don't love Coco as much. I love the other kind with the googly eyes. Coco's fine. Coco has eyes, too. I just think the design sucks. Now, I used to remember people were playing Pokemon Go in New York City, and I would like watch them play Pokemon Go, and they'd be like, these would be grown adults, and they'd be running around like the C train in New York, and I'd go, hey guys, what are you doing? And they'd be like, there's one over there. And I was like, what? And they explained to me that they were chasing these imaginary Pokemon all over New York City, and this was, at the height of my mother's schizophrenia, and I just thought it was interesting, what the breaking point is in anyone's mind. But this was a game where people were just trying to collect all different Pokemon. However, the company Niantic says that photos and scans collected through Pokemon Go and its augmented reality apps have produced a massive data set of more than 30 billion real-world images. Well, yeah. The company is now using that data to power visual navigation for delivery robots, letting them identify exact locations on city streets without relying on GPS. I mean, so these are the new any new game that comes out, what Pokemon Go did Israel have before the Gaza genocide, by the way? You know they had one. Every new game will end in some AI mapping and some type of attack grid. This new augmented reality game has led to a new targeting system. I mean, that's what it's going to be. You're going to participate in a relatively harmless, silly game from a company that you've never heard of or know very little about. And then you will have unwittingly mapped out an area for drone strikes where people can be killed. What's going to happen? That's how they're going to do it. Just little fun games, little quick games, little silly games. And then you're going to go, well, that's funny. I've now participated in some type of infrared targeting map, so we know what installations need to go. So that's what's going to happen. I mean, it's just something that you're just going to have to weigh it. You're going to have to weigh it. Maybe the game's fun. And you have to weigh it. You go, I wonder what this is being used for, actually. You'll be playing it with a bunch of people, You'll be playing some augmented reality Harry Potter game, and you're going to go, interesting, I wonder what this is really for. And they'll, it's all facial recognition and geolocating and everything. What are you going to do? You can't avoid it. This is a lot of what we're seeing with this stuff right now. This is coming on very strong. And I wanted to talk about this because it is coming on very strong. There is a inevitability to this. And I think a lot of people, there's an unspoken anxiety in the air. And that anxiety, I think, is directly related to the fact that we're being ushered into this new world without much of an understanding of its costs or its benefits. And it's completely and utterly inevitable. We don't really have any say in what happens next. And there's an anxiety to that. It's one of the reasons you are more anxious on a plane than in a car. In a car, statistically, you're much more likely to die. But in a plane, you have no control over what happens. So you're sitting there, and there's turbulence, and there's a storm, and there's a rough landing, and you're trusting two people you've never seen, never heard of, and of course the equipment and the machine. And I think there's an anxiety in our culture right now where people go, we don't have a say. We don't exactly get a vote on what happens next, how quickly these jobs are eliminated, what the privacy rights embedded into these systems are, how much of our social life is going to be orchestrated by these, how much of our financial life will be dependent on this, how much of our security is going to be dependent on all this stuff. And it doesn't help that whenever any of the people that run these companies come out, they're talking about Satan or they're being accused of killing someone who worked for them. No one feels great about this. No, there's no where's the AI Dave Thomas? Remember Dave Thomas? He had a daughter and he fed her burgers and they had a thing called Wendy's. And people trusted him. Dave Thomas, a chubby guy, and he'd say, Wendy likes her bacon or whatever. I don't remember what it was, but the point is this. You trusted Dave Thomas. Where the fuck is Dave Thomas? Sam Altman's not doing it. Peter Thiel's not doing it. Where is AI's Dave Thomas, an old folksy guy that goes, don't worry about it.
That's an interesting mechanic.
Don't worry about it. You're geomapping a map that's going to be used to help people. Isn't that good? Don't you want the robots to see where they're going so they can bring you the medicine? You go, oh, interesting. They're going to be bringing us medicine? And among other things? That's what AI needs desperately. It needs desperately some type of spokesperson that everyone isn't automatically completely disturbed by. Is there one person in that industry that can function as a spokesman that we're not all completely and utterly horrified by within several minutes of them opening their mouth? Every figure in that world, from Zuckerberg, everyone on down in the tech world, is horrifying. So what they need, get an old Wendy's commercial. Just play us.
You'd be old man Justin.
This is what people want.
No, I'm ready. Lock in.
Yeah, play this one.
Lock the fuck in, pussy.
The road leading to Wendy's next great chicken sandwich is a hard one. Fraught with disappointments and dead ends. But when you're Dave Thomas and you're starting with Wendy's whole breast filet, you don't give up.
I think I'm onto something.
Introducing Wendy's Mozzarella Chicken Supreme, an all-white meat filet, mozzarella, and a creamy Parmesan sauce. One bite and you'll jump up and say,
gee, this is pretty good.
Exactly. Come try one today.
You trusted him. You trusted him. You felt good with him. You trusted the man. And he's in the kitchen. He's making mistakes. It's not easy. And he's saying, we went through a lot of different formulas here to find the, whatever it was, mozzarella, Parmesan thing. But don't you, now, can you play Sam Altman for a minute? Just by the way, anything he's ever said. Just hit Sam Altman and hit video. Anything Sam Altman's ever said. Let's compare this. Here we go. Here he comes.
Their model provider is going to look like selling tokens. You know, they may come from bigger or smaller models, which makes them more or less expensive. They may use more or less reasoning, which also makes them more or less expensive. They may be running all the time in the background trying to help you out. They may run only when you need them if you want to pay less. They may work super hard, you know, spend tens of millions, hundreds of millions, someday billions of dollars on a single problem that's really valuable. But we see a future where intelligence is a utility like electricity or water, and people buy it from us on a meter and use it for whatever they want to use it for. The demand that we see for that.
Now, by the way, very disturbing statement. It's about the end of, of course, it's all about human obsolescence and humans not needing to think or whatever. And then eventually they'll have to figure out how to kill them all. But think about a Dave Thomas type selling that be a little better. Dave Thomas being like, sometimes being smart takes it out of you. Sometimes being sharp takes it out of you. But we're building a real smart machine. It's going to be the smartest machine you've ever met and your best friend. And if you need a little bit of smarts, well, you can just buy it. I'm Sam Altman. Boom. OpenAI. Sometimes you don't feel like being a smarty pants. You just want to buy intelligence from our big friendly machine. Our machine's brilliant. But instead, this guy's like, intelligence is a utility. You will buy it from us on a meter. You will live when we say. You will consume what we allow you to consume. We are the government. There is no government. What is the problem? The government is an illusion. Capitalism is a scam. It is fine. No one at my company who died did so in any way that could be considered suspicious, even though they are kind of suspicious. They need a Dave Thomas. They need a flow from progressive. These people, they're not doing themselves any favors. They're not helping themselves. From seed oils to stress, toxins to pollutants, the modern world is screwing with our health at this cellular level. leading to sluggishness, bloating, accelerated aging, and more. But here's the thing, you don't have to settle for feeling like garbage 24/7. Armra Colostrum is nature's original health hack. Colostrum is packed with over 400 bioactive ingredients that fortify gut health, strengthen immune health, promote healthy metabolism, and fuel fitness performance to revitalize your health from the inside out. Function like a human again with Armra. We've worked out a special offer for my audience. Receive 30% off your first subscription order. Go to armra.com/TIM or enter TIM to get 30% off your first subscription order. That's ARMRA.com/TIM. That's ARMRA.com/TIM. Everyone, and I mean everyone, is talking about dose. I'm skeptical of massive health corporations that tell you to sit back, do nothing, and trust the system. That mindset makes you weak and dependent. And dependence is exactly what those big corporations, how they make their money. That's why self-managing your health matters more than people want to admit, especially when it comes to your cholesterol health. Cholesterol's really out of a lot of people's hands. Like a friend of mine is in great shape and has low cholesterol. I'm sorry. No. A friend of mine is in great shape and has high cholesterol. And another friend of mine has low cholesterol, but he killed someone in a drunk driving accident. So it's almost like cholesterol is kind of random. And it doesn't even matter if you just kill someone when you're in the car drunk. The traditional medical system isn't built to keep you strong. It's built to step in, because here's what it was. He had a few cocktails with his lady, who he didn't marry, because he's older. He goes, what are we going to keep doing this? Didn't work the first time. And then him and his lady got into the car, and he was real banged up. And she said, maybe I'll drive. She's banged up. And they kill this maid who's coming home from, I guess, work. Dose for Cholesterol is a clinically backed cholesterol support supplement that targets triglycerides, LDL, HDL, and total cholesterol. New customers can save 35%, because, by the way, it's very easy. Dose. It's delivered right to your door. It makes getting the support you need for your health easy to stick to. It's a daily 2-ounce shot. It's a 2-ounce shot. It tastes like mango. And it does lower your cholesterol. New customers can save 35% on your first month of subscription by going to dosedaily.com/Tim or entering TIM at checkout. That's dosedaily.co/Tim. dosedaily.co/Tim for 35% off your first month subscription. Hims can help you find a fitted sheet, but it can help with your performance in bed. Take control of ED with personalized treatments made with doctor-trusted ingredients prescribed by licensed providers, 100% online. ED doesn't mean your love life is over. It means it's just getting started with personalized treatment options to help you take back control and spontaneity thanks to daily meds. ED is more common than you think. It's simpler to treat than ever. Through Hims, you can connect online with a licensed provider to access personalized treatment options discreetly and on your terms. Oh, Hims. It's the best. Think of Hims as your digital front door that gets you back into your old self with simple 100% online access to trusted treatments for ED and more, all in one place. To get simple online access to personalized, affordable care for ED, hair loss, weight loss, and more, visit hims.com/TIM. That's hims.com/TIM for a free online visit. hims.com/TIM. Featured products include compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information. Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Trump says he'll have the honor of taking Cuba. I just don't understand. Let's listen to Trump here talk about, God help us, Cuba? Go on.
I think Cuba, in its own way, if tourism and everything else, it's a beautiful island, great weather. They're not in a hurricane zone.
By the way, this is a boomer. This is a boomer running the country. This is what it is like when a boomer runs the country. This is what a boomer running the country feels like. Invading countries, going there. This could be a nice spot for tourism. That's exactly what most boomers would be doing. They'd be asking the Joint Chiefs what countries would make the best resorts. Let's continue here.
They won't be asking us for money for hurricanes every week. But I think Cuba's seen the end. You know, all my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? They're a very weakened nation right now. They were for a long time. Very violent leaders.
Everybody's telling him that all these nations are weak. And I don't know anything about Cuba, really, so I'm not commenting on it. But you know what? Iran was very weakened, too. Iran was a very weakened nation. Now the Straits of Hormuz are becoming a, unsolvable problem. Now we're playing around with the ground invasion of this Karg Island, which is where their energy infrastructure is. We're thinking about ground troops. Can you get something up about this ground troops on Karg Island or something like this? People are thinking that we're in an escalatory war that cannot end without us admitting we've made a tremendous kind of mistake here and then retreating. This is going to redesign the balance of power in the Middle East. It's certainly going to push more power to Israel and away from the United States. The Gulf allies are going to be incredibly affected by this. They've been affected by it, but it's going to even get worse. Dubai is panicking. A lot of the luxury brands that are in Dubai are panicking. And this is probably going to push a lot of people towards the relative stability of China. And this is like a geopolitical mistake on a massive scale. It's not simply going into a majority Muslim country, which is a bad idea. But there's also geopolitical ramifications now that it's driving up the price of oil. It's going to hurt the U.S. dollar. It's going to hurt our relationship with many of our allies in the Middle East. It's laid bare that our military, while amazing, is not able to just go in there and take out Iran after, selling weapons to the Ukraine and Israel for the last 4 or 5 years. Trump has talked about seizing Iran's Karg Island, but what would that look like? Probably not good. He's also weighing a seizure of Iran's critical depot on Karg Island, a move that would require U.S. boots on the ground if tankers remain bottled up in the Persian Gulf, U.S. officials say. Oil and gas prices are rising as Iran's blockade of the Gulf's narrow strait drags on, choking off a significant share of the world's crude oil. Iran is blocking Gulf countries from exporting their oil while allowing tankers picking up Iranian crude to pass freely, keeping its own oil flowing to China and other countries. As long as the blockade holds and Gulf oil is restricted, Trump could not end the war even if he wanted to, a source with knowledge of the situation said. Well, of course he can. Of course he can't now because we've made this is a geopolitical disaster. It's a global economic disaster. Like all these dummies that are talking about why this is a good idea, and it breaks down to some version of Iran is bad. They're bad. Whatever. But this is a geopolitical nightmare now. It's an economic catastrophe. And the people, these dumb, maybe well-meaning, maybe not, people that are trying to justify this as anything other than a strategic blunder are all being exposed as like shills. You know, people that are just, you know, completely and utterly out of the loop. This is not how you project power. You don't project power by getting your allies attacked and making a big mess of everything. You project power by not invading a country, not getting stuck at a stalemate, not having the price of oil skyrocket, and not getting your allies attacked. That's how you project power. And that power that you keep and you reserve is for when you are in a war, an aggressive war that you're confronted with, or there's something that's literally something you have to deal with. But a war of choice, largely at the behest of a foreign power, if not completely, where you're jeopardizing the entire region and the global economy, is not a way to project power. It is the way a dying empire spits and sputters out. Anyone with any level of intelligence, and I'm a community college dropout, but they'll tell you that this is not the way an empire projects power. This is how they fall. This is how they spin out, where you have people without any justification running around talking about how well we're doing, gaslighting the public. Our government's completely dysfunctional, and everybody knows it, and most of the people know it. There's small groups of them that, you know, continue to believe whatever, and I don't care, you know. If you look at the polls, there's probably more people that believe, you know, the things that people are saying than I am potentially, than I would think. It's a little disturbing, but that's fine. I have friends like that. They don't care. Iran's bad. You know what they do to women? Yeah, I hate it. How's this going to help? You're going to get a more hardline guy now. You're going to get a more hardline guy, or you're going to get a nuclear exchange, or you're going to get Israel, the U.S. Somebody's going to use, Israel maybe, I don't know, use nuclear weapons. Then you're going to get a generational religious war for the rest of our time on Earth, which might be short. And this is what we're going to get, because all the neoliberal retards that run around cities like New York and L.A., but here to a lesser extent, because they're too stupid here, which is a fucking blessing. All of these people that are running around these places, and they think the world is still America's plaything. They think the world is still America's plaything because they've gotten so used to gambling on the blood of other people's children and other people's money, and the debt that future generations will pay back. So they still flex, for lack of a better word, that we own this world, and who the fuck does Putin think he is? And we'll go over there and fuck him up. No, we won't. No, we won't. So you can share the globe, or you can perish. You know, or the system can collapse under its own weight. It's pretty obvious to everybody. All these people that talk like America, well, there's a lot of people that want to see America's power diminished in the world. The people that are pushing this war, whether they know it or not, have done more to diminish America's standing in the world than anyone I have ever seen in my life. We're in a terribly difficult position right now, and in a very public way. In a very public way. With very few, if maybe no, good solutions. So the idea, and I've heard people say things like this about American power and history and all this stuff. They are drunk on the early 2000s. They are drunk on regime changes in places like Syria that they didn't pay attention to, or Libya, or things like that. It sended floods of refugees and destabilized the political situation in the economy of Europe, but Americans don't care about that. They don't give a shit about that. The effects of those wars haven't really been, they haven't seen that here as of yet, the way they've seen it in Italy, UK, Ireland, France, whatever. So you have a bunch of people talking about American power and the need to exert American power and confront countries like Iran. And the irony of it is that actually this is the complete opposite. The result will be the complete opposite of what you say it will be. It will be the destruction of American power. It'll send a signal around the world that our military is overextended and that, without using unconventional weapons, we can't do this the way we thought we would do it. And no one in our country wants that. Nobody wants us to lose. I don't want a single life to be lost. But now we're in this situation where it's a black mark on our name. If we lose, we walk away, whatever. But I don't know what winning is. Pete Hegseth doesn't know what winning is. None of them know what winning is. No one's explained to us what winning would even look like. So you have to be careful. You have to be careful out there. And please, don't travel. Have the decency. I'm going to ask you now. Have the decency. Sit your American ass home. While we destroy the globe, I'm going to ask you, go to Vermont. I'm going to ask you, do not show up at a country and huff and puff in the lobby of a hotel and be the entitled American until we've gotten out of this thing. There's nothing the world wants less. There's nothing the world wants less, by the way. And if you're going to go somewhere, go to Dubai and get bombed and spend money. Take a missile and spend $1 because they're our Gulf states. Whether you like them or not, they're a little silly, couple of too many lip injections, whatever. But if you want to do a good thing for an American ally, if you're going to go on a trip, you go to fucking Qatar. You go to Dubai and get a lip filler. Go get your Botox done in Dubai. Go buy a Gucci bag in Dubai. If you're a fucking patriot, go to Dubai or Qatar. Go to one of these Gulf ally states that's taken a whole lot of shit because we went into this. Don't go to Spain. Don't go to France. Don't do that. Don't go to Italy. Stay away. Stay away. Have the decency. And I know it's not your fault. It's not our fault. But let's have the decency while we're blowing up the entire world to just take a beat. It's just fair. It's just fair. Nobody wants to hear you in the back of the cafe being like, the Ayatollah is really bad. Because then they're going to throw acid on you. Because they're paying a lot more for the Saudi soda. They're paying a lot more for the black gold, for the juice. Because our government's gone nuts. Anyway, that's my message this week. Stay home. Hopefully cooler heads prevail. Get ready for the real fight. Get ready to take up arms with homeless people and confront robots in the deserted downtowns of your cities. Don't go to Spain. Don't go to Spain. You don't get tapas. How about that? Your government's blowing everyone up. No tapas. Good night.
Iranian missiles target the city that's home to Israel's nuclear program. More than 50 people are injured in Dimona. Tehran says the attacks is in response to U.S. Israeli strikes across Iran. A southern city and a major nuclear enrichment site have also been hit.
We not only took out the facility, but also destroyed intelligence support sites and missile radar relays that were used to monitor ship movements.
A senior U.S. naval commander says Iran's ability to attack ships in the Strait of Hormuz has been degraded. And Israeli attacks destroy more of Beirut's southern suburb. Across Lebanon, more than 1 million people have been forced out of their homes. In a new wave of strikes, Hezbollah and Iran have targeted several cities across southern and northern Israel. An attack on the city of Dimona has left more than 50 people injured and caused extensive damage. The Israeli army says it's investigating the failure to intercept an Iranian ballistic missile. Dimona is home to Israel's central nuclear facility. The International Atomic Energy Agency says it's received no indication of damage at the Negev Nuclear Research Center and confirmed that no abnormal radiation levels were detected. The facility is 13 kilometers southeast of Dimona, home to around 40,000 people. Well, those attacks come after Iran reported its Natanz nuclear facility was attacked on Saturday. The UN nuclear watchdog has called for military restraint to avoid the risk of radiation leak in Iran. Israel claims it wasn't involved in the attack. Natanz is Iran's largest nuclear facility and central to its uranium enrichment program. It's also one of the sites that the US targeted in June last year. Right, well, we have reporting from Washington, Tehran, Baghdad and Amman. But first, let's go now to Rob McBride in Jordan. Rob, I'll start with you on the attack on Dimona because it's home to Israel's nuclear facility, as we were saying. It looks like it was a close call there.
Yeah, this was a very significant attack on what is a very strategically important city. Dimona is pretty much the home of Israel's nuclear program in the Negev desert down in the south of the country. It does appear that from this salvo, one ballistic missile got through defenses and there was a direct strike. But we also understand that there were several other impacts reported around the city. The number of casualties has been put now at over 50, most of those requiring hospital treatment, with one 12-year-old boy said to be in a very serious condition with shrapnel injuries. This is, according to the Iranians, in retaliation for this attack on Natanz, its nuclear facility. Now, Israel has said it didn't take part in that. That was an American operation. But Israel has accepted responsibility for other attacks. For example, recently an attack on what they say was a nuclear weapons research center at a university in Tehran. And Dimona has been the subject of attacks throughout Saturday. There have been a total of 7 air raid alerts being raised in the city as missiles were trying to get through. I think during this one of the last salvos on Saturday evening, this is when these missiles and debris managed to get through the defensive screen. And given the importance, the strategic importance of this city, and also the fact that Israel prides itself on intercepting a high ratio of incoming missiles, there is going to be an investigation into how this missile could get through. But just as we've been coming on air, there have been other attacks. A very serious attack also being reported in the southern city of Arad. Again, a direct missile strike from a ballistic missile, with Israeli media reporting that a total of 6 people have been killed and more than 100 others injured in that strike. And we're still getting details on that attack.
All right, stay with us, Rob, though, because we will come back. And Manuel, let's bring in Tohed Asadi, who's live for us in the Iranian capital, Tehran. And Tohed, a response, it seems, to the attack on Natanz nuclear facility. Now, that's in Iran. As we were saying, Israel says it wasn't them. But regardless who it was, has there been any damage reported? And what more can you tell us about the actual facility itself?
Well, actually, this is not the first time Iranian nuclear facilities are coming under attack. Back in June, we saw 3 critically important nuclear facilities of the country, Natanz, Fordo, and Isfahan, under attack. And then it was the U.S. President Donald Trump coming out clearly saying that it has obliterated the Iranian nuclear facilities, at least in those 3 points. But still, we saw another round of attack on these facilities, specifically in Natanz. There is no detailed information about the actually amount of attack in that regard, but still there are potential warnings about contamination and radiation after these recent attacks. And Iran says it, at least based on what we heard from the state TV, that it is a sort of tit-for-tat retaliatory strategy that it has taken since the beginning of the airstrikes, the campaign that Americans and Israelis started. And of course, this is quite clear and indicative of de-escalation being ramped up to a next level. Of course, as a reaction, we've got statements specifically from the Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, in that regard, coming on his X account to say that if the Israeli regime fails to intercept the missiles in the highly protected area of Dimona, it will be an operational sign of entering a new phase of battle. And then, quote unquote, he says, Israel's sky are defenseless. This is, of course, indicative, as I told you, of another escalation, and of course, in line with the Iran's retaliatory strategy in that regard.
All right, Manuel Rapallo in Washington, D.C. Manuel, so Israel says it wasn't them, and if true, then it really perhaps only points to the United States for carrying out this attack. Has it commented on this at all?
We're still not seeing a whole lot of chatter here in the United States on this right now. The fixation is really over the sort of contradictory statements by President Trump, who claims that the war is winding down, with many people sort of saying, how can this be when the president says that the war is winding down, but there's still calls for more funding from the Pentagon to the tune of $200 million when there's the deployment of troops on the table here. But there is a strategic message from the White House right now, and that's that President Trump is signaling that the U.S. is close to being done with the war, that the U.S. is close to finishing all of its military objectives. Essentially, what President Trump is saying is that the U.S. has already won in Iran, militarily at least. At least that's the message that President Trump is trying to convey specifically to the American people, which are every day increasingly becoming more concerned with how long this war is going to be dragged on, with how much it's going to cost. We heard from Admiral Brad Cooper of U.S. Central Command today, who was saying that the pressure is going to be consistent on Iran. So even if military operations are scaled back in Iran, the idea of having more troops being sent to the region, it's expensive. This is one of the reasons that we're hearing Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth say that there's going to be calls for more war spending to the tune of $200 billion being requested from Congress very soon. So right now there is this back and forth over the contradictory sounding language from President Trump, but it is a strategic message that the president is giving. Not on the one hand to the American people, reassuring them that the war is winding down, the war could very soon be coming to an end, and another message to the rest of the world saying that America is going to continue to portray strength and perseverance in this conflict.
All right, thanks very much, Manuel Rapallo there for us from Washington, D.C. Now, Iranian media are reporting the armed forces launched 2 ballistic missiles towards Diego Garcia. That's an island in the Indian Ocean that hosts a joint UK-US military base. Now, before the war, Iran was believed to have missiles capable of striking targets 2,000 kilometers away. For an Iranian weapon to reach Diego Garcia, it would need to have a range of more than 4,000 kilometers. The UK Defense Ministry says the attack was unsuccessful, but the Israeli military has warned the missile could target cities in Europe.
Iran launched a 2-stage intercontinental ballistic missile with a range of 4,000 kilometers at an American target on the island of Diego Garcia. These missiles are not intended to strike Israel. Their range reaches European capitals. Berlin, Paris, and Rome are all within direct threat range.
Let's go back to Rob McBride in the Jordanian capital. Rob, so a warning there from the Israelis. It's sort of the missile, the ballistic missiles that were headed to Diego Garcia is really playing into the Israeli narrative that this is why they went to the war in the first place.
Yeah, I think the Israeli leadership are really making a lot of political capital out of what was a surprising appearance of this much longer-range ballistic missile. Interestingly, with there have been various comments coming out of the Israeli leadership just about the state of this war and how long it is likely to last, especially given some of the contradictory statements coming from their allies, the US. People have been looking to Israel to see if they can shed any light on just how long this conflict might go on for. We've been having some interesting comments, first of all, from the Defense Minister, Israel Katz, saying that this conflict is far from being over, and indeed saying that we are just about to get into a more intensive phase of fighting, without detailing exactly what that is. But also the comments from the head of the military here, General El Zamir, talking about the missile being fired at Diego Garcia, but also intriguingly saying that in his estimation, Israel is currently around at the halfway point in its campaign of fighting against Iran, which would mean that after, 3 weeks of fighting, now getting into week 4, the estimate would seem to be that they are counting on this conflict, or the fighting part of this war, lasting maybe between 6 and 8 weeks, which does fall largely into line with many of the other predictions we have been hearing about. As far as the Israeli public is concerned, there is a certain amount of war weariness as this war goes on and gets into this 4th week of being constantly having to go to shelters and so on. But I think there is a general acceptance and a general feeling from most Israelis, who mostly believe that a nuclear-armed Iran is an existential threat, that they have to put up with the privations of this conflict, that ultimately it will be worth it.
All right, thanks very much. That's Rob McBride there for us in Amman. And let's go back to Tawhid, because I also want to ask you what the Iranians have been saying about the attack. We've heard, obviously, from the Israelis there. What is Iran saying?
Well, actually, about the recent developments, and specifically about the missile capabilities, we know that previously Iran announced the 2,000 self-imposed limitation for its long-range missiles, but it seems that from the war back in June last year, there is a sort of a strategic shift. And of course, we know that technically speaking, there is a possibility for increasing the range of these missiles, specifically seeing that these are missiles that are carrying heavy warheads, and with decreasing the warheads capacity, there is a possibility for increasing the range of those missiles. All in all, this is a very existential threat that Iran is facing, and it has been mentioning from time to time, specifically over the past week, that in case of any attack, there are going to be US bases across the region under attack, and of course any third country that gets engaged in these strikes is going to be their quote-unquote legitimate target. So what we can say is a sort of escalated situation in which Iran tries to cope with the situation. It tries to actually unveil the new cards, but specifically when it comes to its weaponry toolbox. And under this delicate situation, we are just closely following to see what comes next.
All right, thanks very much there. That's Tawhid Asadi in Tehran. Well, the US Central Command says Iran's ability to strike ships in the Strait of Hormuz has been degraded. Admiral Brad Kruper says attacks earlier this week targeted an underground weapons facility.
We also remain zeroed in on dismantling Iran's decades-old threat to the free flow of commerce throughout the Strait of Hormuz. For example, earlier this week, we dropped multiple 5,000-pound bombs on an underground facility located along Iran's coastline. The Iranian regime used the hardened underground facility to discreetly store anti-ship cruise missiles, mobile missile launchers, and other equipment that presented a dangerous risk to international shipping. We not only took out the facility, but also destroyed intelligence support sites and missile radar relays that were used to monitor ship movements. Iran's ability to threaten freedom of navigation in and around the Strait of Hormuz is degraded as a result, and we will not stop pursuing these targets.
Let's speak to William Alberg, a senior adjunct fellow at the Pacific Forum. He's the former director of NATO's Arms Control, Disarmament and Non-Proliferation Center, and he joins us live now from Washington, D.C. Thank you for having the time to speak to us here at Al Jazeera. Two nuclear countries at war here, nuclear facilities under threat in both nations. Is this an escalation, do you think?
Well, I think this is the logical outcome of the U.S. attacks. And when we're trying to think about how Donald Trump would declare victory, I think he can't declare victory until he solves something regarding the very large amount, 440.9 kilograms of 60% enriched, highly enriched uranium that has so far been unaccounted for since the bombings back in June. So that's why I think we see this new bombing at Natanz to try to resolve the issue and to claim that we've neutralized this reservoir of material from which Iran could derive a nuclear weapon.
And for people like myself and others in the region, when I heard the news, especially about Natanz, this is the second time because it was attacked in the war last year. I mean, here in Qatar, we're just across the water from Iran. We're not that far away. The first thing that comes to mind is, are we safe?
If we're talking about bombing the facilities where they enriched uranium, or a facility, we suspect there's another facility near Natanz that Iran might be storing the enriched uranium, you are completely safe. Because if this material is hit, if the containers, you're talking about a uranium hexafluoride gas in basically a metal tube like you would keep carbon dioxide or propane. If it's punctured, the uranium gas can escape, and it's very dangerous if you're in the room with it. But a kilometer away, you would have no idea this happened. There's no radiological release possible really outside a number of meters. This really is not an environmental hazard, except if you're in the room. If you're nearby and you breathe in this gas, sure, it's dangerous. But we're not talking about fission. We're not talking about Chernobyl. We're not talking about attacking a working reactor. We're talking about a nuclear fuel that is in gaseous form, that is not combustible. It's not going to poison the atmosphere or damage people way off site, as in, across the Gulf.
But could it go horribly wrong? Because the US and Israel says that their goal here is to completely, I'll use a word that Trump uses, obliterate the nuclear program in Iran, for them to not be able, not just set it back, but to not be able to rebuild it again. If it hits facilities twice like that, how do you mitigate a disaster from happening?
Again, there's no threat of an environmental disaster. Actually, the worst disaster we could have is that we have overconfidence that we've actually destroyed it. Right now, we believe that a lot of this material is buried under rubble. And we think the Iranians have not been able to recover it and move it off-site. So the United States is clearly trying to either destroy it in place or further bury it to make it impossible to recover. But even then, we don't know if all of it is in that facility. Some of it may have been moved to Esfahan. Some of it may have been moved to a site that we don't even know about. And so there is the possibility, the worst case scenario, is that this material is unaccounted for. And we have this lingering doubt that there may be highly enriched uranium that can be used for a nuclear weapon somewhere that we can't tell whether it's been destroyed, buried, neutralized. It might just be gone. And the worst case scenario would be that it's being traded on the open market, proliferated to other countries.
We talk a lot throughout this war, because we're hearing it from Israel and Iran about, from the US and Israel about Iran with these nuclear facilities. But what a lot of people don't realize is that Israel is a nuclear country, from what we understand. They have been very ambiguous about it. It also is not a signatory to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. So should we be concerned about that?
Well, I mean, I am concerned to hear that Iran is trying to strike nuclear facilities in Israel, such as Dimona. This is a working nuclear facility. If it is struck, it will have environmental consequences. It's also so interesting in this whole thing, when you look at it and you think, people are saying, well, if Iran had nuclear weapons, they wouldn't be attacked. But as you just said, Israel has nuclear weapons, but they're being attacked. So I think we overestimate the value of nuclear weapons in terms of deterring attacks. And the idea that Iran would get one nuclear weapon and somehow that would save them is erroneous. Actually, it still opens you up to further combat. But again, I am concerned. I do not want to see any nuclear power plant attacked. Both the U.S. and Israel have been relatively restrained in terms of targeting Iran's working nuclear reactors at Bushehr and Tehran. And I hope that continues, because I don't want to see that, because that would cause an environmental disaster that could threaten your country as well.
All right, thank you very much for your thoughts there, William Alberg.
Thank you.
Turning to Iraq now, where there are reports of a drone attack targeting a US diplomatic facility that's near Baghdad airport. Nicholas Huck is live for us in the Iraqi capital. Nicholas, can you update us on these attacks?
Well, Sarah, I was just hearing just before we went live the planes hovering above us, American warplanes. But we just got a report from the police who is on the ground there near Victory Base, where the drone launched a missile, according to this police report. It says that there's a large fire and there's plumes of smoke rising following a missile strike from two drones, one inside the base and the other in the surrounding area. Now, this is a blow to the Americans. This is supposed to be one of the most secure areas, Sarah, in Baghdad. And yet, it appears that Iranian-backed militias in Iraq are able to launch attacks in that area. And it comes as no surprise, since yesterday they said they were going to escalate attacks, not just on that site, but any other sites where there are Americans. Now, just a few hours ago, there's been also two attacks on the autonomous Kurdish regions. Two drones launched north of Mosul, headed towards Erbil. Now, they were intercepted by U.S. defense system, but according to an Iranian-backed militia in Iraq media, they say that their target was the U.S. consulate in Erbil. Now, the U.S. air defense system that's here in Baghdad was either not active, or wasn't able to intercept those missiles. So what's interesting here, whilst in Washington we hear from Trump saying that he's winning this war, well, here in Iraq, Iran is projecting power in its ability to target U.S. military bases here in Iraq.
Yes, certainly
Sarah?
It seems to be on a daily basis. And a couple of hours ago, a policeman was killed near the intelligence headquarters. What happened there?
Well, a drone was launched on the Iraqi
That's just crazy, bro. It's like, I don't know, man. It's just every day it's getting worse and worse and worse. I'm worried about the way this is going, to be honest.
So then, technically, by Monday night, if he keeps true to his promise, then Monday night this is going to happen, apparently.
Yeah, so they bomb Iran's energy. Guys, like, you need to get out of the Gulf states. Like, this is just too dangerous. You're not going to live. You're going to cease to exist. If they take all your energy out, your desalination, it's over for you. And Trump is sacrificing you at the altar, as Andrew would say. Trump is sacrificing you at the altar of Baal, at the altar of Israel. He's literally sacrificing you. And all the Arabs are like, la, 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 la. Like, bruv, stop doing that. Wake up. Wake up, bruvs. You guys are being taken out. This is crazy, bruvs. This is crazy. What is going on? Look, and they're like, we don't want to. Someone writes, that's funny. Listen, look, is there resistance? Is there camels in? Can they get camels in some other countries? Where can they go? Because they need some fine drink.
They're still going to be
Meanwhile,
licking us.
Scott Bessent's probably running through the White House right now trying to find Trump to tell him we're short oil. Don't do it. Don't do it.
What's the name again? Dark Side. It's the end of the market, right? So the market's not on at the moment. It's closed, right? Is
Yes,
it
sir.
is it a long weekend this weekend or is it not?
I don't believe so.
Okay, for some reason I
That's
thought it was, but then
next
some.
weekend, I believe, is Easter.
Okay. So question, oil prices, would they not change now? Would they end up changing like late tomorrow? Or what's the situation with the impact this would have on the oil prices?
Yeah, so the market for oil will open up at 6 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow, and then we'll get to see what happens. But
So we
this
don't
is
have any
definitely
indicators today. Up until that point, we won't have no indicators about whether it's gone up or down.
no, sir.
We won't. Okay. Cause and like I'm assuming again, this is not my expertise. This is your expertise. But I'm assuming this is gonna increase the oil prices significantly. But am I right? And if so, what do you think?
Well, I mean, the threat to go nuclear, not, pardon my expression, but to actually take out electricity would be, and Iran has said, if you attack our infrastructure, we will take your infrastructure. So here we go, right? But again, it's 48 hours, so that gets us to Monday afternoon. Let's see what happens. But let's see what statements come out between now and then.
Yeah, because you could backtrack as well, isn't it? But also, oh well, it can't even be that's playing the market because I thought maybe he's long the market and that's why he's doing it. But
He said this morning, was it this morning or late last night? Oh, we're not even bothered about the Strait of Hormuz. These Europeans and these Japan and everybody else that needs it, they could go fight their battles if they wanted.
exactly,
They could go. We're not bothered.
exactly. Where did that go? What
Huh?
happened to that?
Yeah, he was like, we're not bothered, and he made that statement a couple of times, and now he's just like, I think he's trying to like play every angle to get a reaction. You know, like we're not bothered, or yeah, I don't really care, and he's just Resistance. I sent you a couple of things in your DMs. Have a look for your little strategy of Netanyahu being dead.
Okay, thanks.
Oh my god. Resistance, you do know you've become that guy now.
You got the case study. You're gonna collect all the receipts. Resistance. I'm gonna keep sending them to you. Don't worry. You're gonna go to guy for Netanyahu's. You know the evidence, the case study on Netanyahu's demise.
Okay, hey, let's go to go ahead, Andy, jump in.
Yeah, Trump is completely off his rocker at this point. It's clear that he's like yesterday he says the war is winding down, the Gulf can open the strait, and now he's literally talking about a complete like Iran would take out all of the oil fields in every Gulf state within a half hour. You could take out Iran's entire power grid and they'll fight in the dark. They don't care. They'll fight on. They'll take out all of the energy infrastructure. They'll keep fighting. They do not care. That is what people do not understand. They do not care. If the power went out in the United States for 24 hours, there would be looting and rioting. In Iran, they won't surrender just because the power goes out. If the power went out in the U.S. for 24 hours, people would literally be breaking into each other's homes and panicking. Like that's the difference because we're used to, or not just the U.S., any well-off country, because we're used to living lives of comfort. They're not used to comfort, so they can go without power. We cannot go without power. And then Iran takes out all that oil infrastructure. I just made a post explaining that Iran would retaliate, taking out all the Gulf oil, and oil goes above 200 a barrel, and we have a worse recession than 2008. And that's exactly what would happen. That's just the economic reality. We've all talked about it. Like oil could go above 200 a barrel just with the strait being closed for a few more months. So if all that oil is actually destroyed and we're talking about having to rebuild 20% of the world's oil infrastructure, we're in uncharted territory.
like we don't even know where it can go from there at that point. And it's going to be very interesting to see where Trump goes from this. Like he's just gone completely mad. Like this is the emperor has no clothes, Mad King scenario.
Sangha.
Beatrix just
Hey,
sent you.
hey,
Yeah, hello. Sorry, Beatrix just sent you a reply to that.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Sangha, jump in. Let me check.
can I go?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey guys, I want to talk about the video from Demona today. It's insane, and I'm not gonna lie. Even cinematically, Israelis are so bad at this. They're like their videos are. They're in a control room and pushing buttons and like blowing up like empty buildings or like people that they cannot see them from above. And meanwhile, Iranians are creating like real life Avenger movies. So I'm definitely getting my popcorn when it happens, and I don't feel bad when it happens. And also like on the other side you have Trump saying they're out of missiles, and I feel like they do a even heavier operation minutes after Trump comes out and says like Iranians are defeated. They do it on purpose. It just can't happen like just for nothing. And and I also don't understand like how a nation in a literal full scale war with another nation could be so indifferent about like everything that's happening. For the most part, Americans are aware of this because the price of gas brought them back to reality. So it's a little pathetic that and it's also the reason like why some of these politics are being elected and doing these things. So yeah. And by the way, today they strike a city. It's called This Fool. Half of my family technically lives in that town, and it's such a special place in my heart. If I were to compare it to any city in America, it would be, Denver. So we were out there like camping all the time. And and by the way, like adding just this last note that Solomon is completely right. Like this escalation is just like out of this world, and it would happen so fast. People in Qatar, Bahrain, and like all those like countries, they have like only a few days of like water, to sustain electricity and things like that. So it would be catastrophic. All these people now are on the move, finding a place where they can get all of that stuff, and this is insane. And I do wonder what's going to be next. Like, when this happens, when they blow up, like, important things like this, what's going to happen to the life of people just like us, like, us, not, I'm not going to go. But yeah, so it's going to be very bad for all of us. This is where we're heading with this war. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it, brother. I think you made
Yep.
some great points. Yeah, so I'm sad to hear about your area that they bombed, but this is how these people are. They don't care about anything except for destruction and mayhem. And yeah, we got to deal with this psychopathy, basically. Unfortunately.
Totally. Sorry.
No, go, brother.
No, I was also going to talk about like if it's okay, it's not like directly related to the escalation news, but I was going to talk about like the IRGC folks that are currently defending Iran, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Sangha.
Sorry, can you guys hear me? I was just getting disconnected for a second.
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, so after the revolution, most of the military personnel fled Iran, followed by the Shah. So the country was defendless. The IRGC was unexperienced, unorganized, and knew nothing compared to now. nor do they have like the equipment to start working with them and like learn like how to work with them. So everything that they have today, they created out of thin air. The engineers, like they brought all the human capital together and seriously thought of like how they can defeat this enemy, and then like they created all of this in house, which is insane. These people are smart, and usually they're not after lost. Like their women are like covered, and they're decent. Like they're like normal people, but they're like decently covered, so they're not like after lost like in America. Like the American societies are is poisoned by. They fill your screen with like porn and I don't know, parties and passing out and having sex with anybody so they can distract you and control you in these ways. These people are not, after any of that. So that's why they're like, so strong, fighting back like this. There's something super special about them. Anyways, but like my mom had always told me that, like, when the Iran-Iraq war started, they didn't even have like the barricades, like the wire things that like they didn't even have that, and my entire family had to flee the city of Susangir and like flee to Qom. Um, and then later on, we moved to like the city of Disful that was like struck today. Um, so when I hear the news, it's also like a little personal to me because of the connection I have to those places. But so yeah, like these are the kind of people that are after purpose. They're not after lost, and they also believe in Imam Hussein. I really recommend, if you don't know who Imam Hussein is, like just go like chat GBT and put in like the story of Imam Hussein. It's really important. And if I were to give an equivalent of like Imam Hussein, that would be like the Scottish, I forgot what his name was, but like he got killed. The I forgot the movie that like they created about that guy. Obviously, like Shia Muslims like believe in that person in a religious manner, but like understand like who Imam Hussein is. He was the man that like rose up against the person that was trying to oppress the ummah, like meaning like the Muslims, in their own bad ways, and they killed and massacred him like in a worst way possible. Like they cut off his head and hands, and like they really like brutally like killed Imam Hussein. So these people come from the same bloodline, so they understand they understand what it means to resist. Imam Hussein had 70 people, where the enemy had like some people say like 20,000 people. So 70 people against 20,000 people, they got massacred, but they did not bend the knee. So I need you to understand who IRGC is and why is defending Iran in the way they are. It's very important, and it helps you like connect the dots in this war. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Sangha. Appreciate your comments there. Let's go to Saracen.
Slayman, thank you so much. You and Beatrix, you're slightly off your game tonight. I've got this energy from 5 hours ago that I'm trying to get out and waiting for a mic. Oh my god. Anyway, I have a few thoughts here. Yeah, the first one is whatever it is that you say, I don't know what it means, but when you say it, I just feel the joy go away all the way, whatever that means. Yeah. To me, it just means joy. I just want to say that when I say joy, it's obviously not for any civilians, right? But I feel like we are dismantling that apartheid Zionist colony in real time. And yes, we need to keep the eye on the ball, not to live in an illusion. But Iran, to me, at this point, is the pride of the Muslim world. And inshallah, may we head into a different future where Sunni and Shia is unified, you know? And a shout out to every Iranian who is on this group who's listening. You are loved, and thank you. I feel good about where this will go. And yes, I know Iran is on the front line. These people are dying. They're taking the beating. But what am I aware of is that it's not only for themselves. It's not only for the Palestinians. For every one of the coward states who are captured, including people in the UK and the USA who want to dismantle the Zionist system of control, but who are not out there doing what is necessary. Iran is taking the bombs for themselves and for every one of those people in those countries as well to dismantle the system. So while we need to keep an eye on the ball, I am feeling a deep sense of appreciation for what Iran is in the midst of right now. And yes, I understand that it entails pain that I cannot understand. Just one prediction moving forward, which I rather look forward to, whether it's a World Cup or any other world event, I'm convinced, and I'm asking everybody to watch it. When Iran enters and when Israel enters, watch the entire planet and watch the crowds, because they will be howling Iran's name through every corner of this planet when they emerge. Yeah. So I do feel
I thought
like,
Iran's not gonna. I thought Iran's boycotting the World Cup, right?
yeah, but with Mexico, they are making the offer. Why don't you play the games where we are? But what I'm saying is, whether it's now at this World Cup or not, I think it's going to
Hey,
be a
wait,
permanent.
one second, because I wasn't listening to what you had to say. Jose, we don't need this sectarian chat. Who was speaking? Was someone being sectarian? Who was being sectarian? Okay, don't know. Go on, continue. Sorry.
Okay. Well, if they think I was being sectarian, I absolutely was not. Perhaps it's just that I mentioned Sunni and Shia, but it was mentioned within the context of unifying. Yeah. So just a few final thoughts and points. One of the slides that came on earlier on, his name was British Jewish boy or something like that. He was touting himself as saying that he's got no bias, but when you open his account, he's retweeting Douglas Mari with a caption that says "fact verified," which is obviously not based in reality. Yeah? But anyway, just some concluding thoughts just based on one or two things that I saw pop up. I'm not sure if you saw this, Suleiman and Beatrix, but I pasted something in, I think you call it the poll or whatever. There's apparently a nuclear-powered Royal submarine that they say that's arriving in the Arabian Sea with the capacity to launch strikes on Iran if the conflict escalates. I don't know if you saw that or what that means. If the UK has gone a bit nuts and is intending to escalate this, but either way, thank you for the platform. For allowing me to air this thoughts just based on what was happening early on. Like I say, we don't ever rejoice in civilians being hurt, but this evil Zionist empire needs to be dismantled, and Iran is on the front line for that. Thank you.
Hey Solomon, can I jump in really quick?
Yeah, bro.
So he mentioned like the sectarism. I think he's talking about like when I was talking about Imam Hussein and like who the people are. I was just simply saying that so that people can have a reference as far as like dignity to who these people are. And I mentioned so that like I can create the analogy at least. Imam Hussein was like the Scottish guy William Wallace who rose against its oppressor of the time, and he got killed and murdered for his beliefs. At the time, the British would come in and take your wife, have sex with your wife on the first night of your marriage, and send your wife back then. So this is the exact meaning of oppression. It was then, and it is now. Like what they're trying to, make Iran to accept. So I was just, It was not about being sectarian. It was about like the truth. Just so like people can have a reference of like how should they consume this war to understand it better. So that's all.
Cool. Yeah. Cool. Let's go to HK. Beatrix, do you want to get your HK? Good.
I'm right. Hey guys, how you doing? You alright?
HK, you got terrible mic. We're not going to be able to hear that.
Is this any better?
It's a bit better. It's still got a bit back on. Yeah, but that's better now.
Awesome. First of all, Eden Borough to the guys that celebrated. Been sitting on this thing for like, I don't know, since it started, listening in. Great discussions, Suleiman. Good interviews going on there. So well done with that. I'm hearing some news as well, or some unverified claims that there is going to be a ground invasion in Iran going through the Balochistani areas. So that's a quick update from my end. I had some contact with a few Iranians that I know that are currently in Iran, and they're serving, and they seem very excited about the what's his name? The sanctions lifting. Sorry, just having a little moment. But yeah, there's a lot of money moving at the moment in Iran, so that's some good news for them guys there. And yeah, overall, Iran are just happily waiting for the invasion to come in. But another thing I want to point out, has anyone noticed like all of the propaganda? It seems to be ramping up at this point. So they are doing something. Not sure what their end goal is, the Americans and the Israelis, but I'd keep a eye on the financial markets as well, because the Iranians are going to do something stupid. Well, good for them, but like stupid for everyone else, because they're going to crash it, from my understanding, or at least have a big impact in the next week or two. And yeah, that's my update.
HK,
Yeah,
you request the space like throughout the whole day, like and I get it, you want to come and speak, but like at least sort your mic out, isn't it? Because like it's got such background noise, it's very difficult to like what you're saying is decent, but then in my head I'm like, like I don't want to bring this guy up again because the background just gives you a headache. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
No, I get it. It's just I'm not on my main, laptop or whatnot with a good mic at the moment.
Well, why don't you take your mic off and just speak through the phone?
Wait, is this any better?
Speak.
Is this any better?
Oh my god, miles better, bro.
Awesome. I just put the mic a little closer, but yeah. So yeah, that's the things that are going on at the moment.
Cool.
Yeah. Like I said, I've been here a few times before, so some people know like my background as well. So if there's any other questions or information needed, let me know. I'll be happy to, go ahead and assist with that.
Cool. Thank you for that.
No worries, guys.
Appreciate it.
Have a blessed day.
Where are you from?
I'm from Afghanistan. I've got a lot of information networks there and within the surrounding regions, extending into Iran as well.
Cool. Okay, thanks. Okay, let's go to. Okay, your mic's still doing that thing again. Let's go to Silver Sailor. Okay, reservations.
Looks like he dropped, Sully.
Hey, what's up? I don't know. Is Andrew talking? Sorry.
No, go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay, cool. Dude, thank you guys for keeping this going for so long, man. And I just want to hop on and say thank you to everyone on here. I appreciate you guys. Like, I don't... Dude, what is going on, man? Like, I don't see an off-ramp here. Like, I just want everyone to tell Trump that we won, and then this ends. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what to say, dude. I don't see him backing down, because it seems like every time we're gonna back down or we're just gonna stop, it just keeps escalating, man. And if he bombs or the power infrastructure of Iran, I don't know what Iran's next move is gonna be, but it's gonna be gnarly. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know, man. I feel like I've been with you guys, for a while now, and I don't know, man. I appreciate you guys keeping this going. I kind of like the fact that you're stopping to take a break. It feels better. Just wanted to tell you guys that it feels better. Like, conversation feels better and stuff like that. So I think that was a good move on you guys doing that. But man, you guys are keeping it going, and I've been with you all, so I appreciate you all. And then Andrew, my friend, I am having a hard time reconciling what America's doing with how I share that with my kids, because I've taught my kids to be very patriotic, but like, when my kids are like, we're rooting for America, right? And it's like this hard conversation to have with my children, where it's like, yes, we root for America, but sometimes America doesn't do things that are in the best interest of America. And so imagine if you're riding with daddy in the car and he runs a red light and he's putting you at risk. You still love dad, but dad didn't do something right. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I have to do these things to keep because I want my kids to be proud of being American, right? Like, we're proud, but man, it's just putting us in this like really bad spot. So I wanted to get this off my chest, because I'm like struggling in this, but I appreciate you guys giving me a space to do that, because I support you all. And if you're listening, please subscribe to Suleiman and Beatrix. And I've been a paying person with them as much as I could. Wherever I find their opportunities to pay them, I do. So please do that, everyone. I mean, can you imagine like being on this for so long? Like, holy cow, like I'm like at the gym, spending time with my kids, working, and they're in the background talking and keeping us updated. So like, if you guys can, please sign up, please, whatever a month, just do it. I just wanna shill for them, because I think they deserve it. Getting whatever we can as a community, getting unfiltered, unbiased information. It's good. It's good. So I just want to share that with you all, and just thank you all for letting me get on. I'm on my way to do something, to go into an event, but I just wanted to come up and say something. And one more thing. Sometimes when you guys have let me up, I can't hear you guys, and I don't know if that's happening to other speakers. Like, I don't think they're trying to like just be up here, but sometimes like I can't hear anything anymore, but this time it worked. So thank you all. Long-winded, but thank you all.
Appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much for coming up, and appreciate your statements and thoughts. Andrew, was there anything you wanted to add based on what he said?
Whoops, I hit
thumbs
the.
down
I was
him.
going to
Oh
hit
my
the.
god,
Yeah,
bro! Why do you attack him so badly, Andrew?
no, I hit the wrong.
He's
I was going to
crying
hit
right
thumbs
now.
up. I'm sorry. Hey, brother. No, I'm sorry. Hit the wrong button. No, but bro, I had went through that when I was 17 years old. Okay, I had that epiphany, that come to Jesus moment when all I heard was America, America, God bless America. Yeah, praise the Lord. Yeah, and then my dad's like, we're winning the war, Vietnam, boy. We winning the war. We're beating down them commies. Yeah, and then my cousin comes home without a foot, and then I'm like, what in the hell is going on? So yeah, we all have to come to that fork in the road, where Santa Claus isn't really real. And sir, you're doing the perfect job giving your children those stories, analogies. Yes, we love our country, and that's why we speak out against it, because we love our country, and not when we have despot, tyrannical, psychotic maniacs run things. We speak out against it, sir. So you're being a true patriot when you speak out against it. That's why we love our country. The psychopaths that go rah rah rah, send some more boys in there, let them die. Those are the psychopaths, and honestly, they're in a cult. They are. I've got it figured out. They're in a cult. They're blind and they're idiotic. They're completely in an idiotic state of delusion. So keep fighting the good fight. Love you, brother. And I'm trying to figure out who that was as a speaker. That wasn't Silver Sailor.
It was a reservation confirmed.
Oh, I see. Okay, brother. You're doing a perfect job. You're a great dad.
Awesome. Miz, how you doing? How's things? What's your thoughts?
Hi guys. Man, I'm still like seething from his last truth post. I mean, the consequences of Trump's incompetence and his lack of emotional restraint, like on the world stage, is just global. And I guess I'm like feeling it. Are you guys feeling it? Like, holy shit! Like we might really end up in World War III. I think that's kind of hitting me right now. But anytime that you have like leadership who's operating in such extremes with inconsistent decision making from day to day, that's driven mostly by, and this is my opinion, but it's like his ego, his need to flex power and always be winning. That's like highly exploitable. And not only exploitable, let's just say by Iran, because I don't know if you guys noticed, but they do throw some shade, and I think that they're able to poke at him and make him react emotionally, but also by the Zios and their ability to manipulate him. Like it's just crazy. I don't know. I'm just I can't. I don't think I've ever regretted more than this moment right now. Putting a vote in for this crazy psychotic like president. But yeah, that's where I'm at. How you guys doing? Well, dang, Sully,
Yeah,
look at
good, thanks,
he's
mate.
Sully's getting busy over there with his little
No, it's not this Adam guy. I'm trying to mute his mic, but I've done it like 5 times. I'm just gonna drop him now.
oh, sorry, I thought it was you.
Mate, did you say the Iranians react emotionally?
No. They're great. They're actually very restrained emotionally. They know how to present their it's very art of warish, honestly. Like I don't see them reacting emotionally at all. But I think their knowledge and of him and his emotional, like he's very incompetent, obviously. And he lacks emotional restraint. That's exploitable. And I think that it's not only exploitable, let's just say, by whatever in the art of war, but I think that the Zios, and like knowing he's so predictable from his need to like always be winning and have his ego stroked and project and flex power, like and you have Hegseth in one ear and you have Adelson in the other ear. It's like I just feel like, gosh, with what's at stake, with what we're seeing, and like I really do think that people should also be concerned that like he has no. I think that he could literally, with the mission creep and with what he just put out there, that threat that he just put out there, he's going to have to live up to that because it's on the world stage. He's such an idiot. Like now he has to do, like, you know what I mean? Like what is he going to do? I think his need to flex power in that moment, it's going to have consequences because in 48 hours, I don't see Iran ever capitulating to him, right? And so I just think that like, what's he going to do when that time period expires? And if he does do that, I think that Iran has now 48 hours to prepare for whatever it is like that they would do to the entire region, which they had already, they do everything they say. Oh gosh, Beatrix, I just don't know. I feel like
I just think, mate, you know what? I feel like he didn't want to do this. He doesn't want to go anywhere near the Strait of Hormuz. That's why he's been going around with his begging cap all across the world, including like the Far East and certainly to Europe, country by country. You guys go, you guys send your ships. And Europe have even said, well, you're not sending yours. Why should we send ours? We're just going to deal with the consequences of your war.
Iran has destroyed,
without our permission.
decimated,
Don't make it our war.
demolished
This was their
Dimona.
message, black and white to
And they've done
hum.
the exact same
So
thing
he's
to
just spent
Iran.
the last
They've
2
left
weeks
it destroyed,
or more
rubble,
trying to
is
get
what we
anybody
can
in the world
see
to support
in
him.
these
He's
two
even gone to the
areas,
stage of
these two
saying
regions. Dimona is
this morning or
extremely
last
important
night, whenever it
because they
was,
have
because
a
the days are just
nuclear
merging into one
facility
now, where his
there.
statements are concerned
And
and
in
his
reality,
yo-yoing.
why it's important.
I'm not even bothered about the Strait of Hormuz. We don't even use it. Those countries that use it, they can fight it out. Europe and those guys, they can sort it out themselves. So I feel, given all of this effort, A, he doesn't have the capability, B, he doesn't want to do it. But I think he's being pushed into it. And obviously we know who pushes him, who controls him, whose war this is. They want to take it to a next level. They want to escalate it. We were talking on this space earlier about somebody made a Sol was up here, and he made a really good point about, he said, oh, you know, when they put troops on the ground, why don't they put their troops on the ground? And I was like, they haven't got any. They were even struggling to get enough IDF soldiers during the genocide. They were like fighting with the Haredi Jews who were saying, we're going to take you to court, we don't want to serve. And they're trying to drag them into serving into the IDF. Then they were getting people from India and Africa and the UK and America, all over the world, to come and join the IDF. You don't do that if you've got a fully fledged military, especially when it's on your home front in Gaza and you've got all the control. Even then you're having to beg people or borrow people from across the world. So they've gone into this war knowing they didn't have a military to put boots on the ground, and the American military is their boots on the ground, disposable to them, lambs to the slaughter for them. And Trump must have known the IDF cannot provide any military. I mean, what little they've got is facing Lebanon right now. And what little they've got, and I literally mean little, right? So they don't have a military. So Trump doesn't want to go anywhere near this. He's been made to go near this. I don't think he's going to do anything in 48 hours. I think in 48 hours, he's going to turn around, probably even before that, and say something like, oh, you know what? I was going to do it, but then I thought, you know what? Let the Europeans do it. We don't really care. Or make something up like, oh, I decided to give them another chance. I prefer diplomacy. I don't want to make those people suffer. I don't want to do this. So he's going to make it all about himself again, but I don't think he's going to do it. He can't. It's a suicide wish. I'm not joking. If he does anything, it's absolute 100% escalation. And Israel and America are being annihilated by Iran. Absolutely destroyed. He can't do it.
Beatrice, I agree 100%. We've seen it, for the past 21 days, 22 days, this flip flop back and forth like a maniac. And he is a maniac. And I agree with you 100%, Beatrice. He'll come flip the switch and again, it'll make him look like we got a handle on this. Agree 150%. Also, real quick, we know that Iran has planned for the worst. In the backup plans, in any battle plan for a military, the way the military strategy is planned is you always go the Alamo route, meaning what's the final option, and that means they have. And I looked at this about 4 days ago. I looked at the options of their backup emergency generators. I know people could say, yeah, but those are just emergency generators. No, but they have in those underground, over 100 underground cities, they have extensive reserves and generators, and also for water resupply. They have emergencies, but the people will suffer immeasurably. But guess what? They'll do it. They'll do it. Americans, and especially the Israelis, they can't deal with the suffering. So yeah, this will come to. He'll have to flip. He'll have to flip.
Hey, Andrew, I got a question for you. Attacking civilian infrastructure like power lines, power plants would be a war crime under the Geneva Conventions. Would the military be off or out of line in not following such an order?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. There are targets. They're like forbidden, absolutely forbidden, because they're war crimes. Anthony Aguilar went in depth on this. As an officer, you're trained on ROE and rules within the guidelines of the Geneva Convention. And believe me, we train on that. We do briefings on that. We even have JAG officers brief us. Before we were in Lebanon, for example, we had to go through the briefing. Here's what you can do. Here's what you can't do. There's a lot of restrictions. So absolutely, again, we see a maniac saying insane. I'm wondering what these commanders on the ground are thinking. I know what they're thinking. I know exactly what they're thinking, but they're just beaten down into submission. That's why I think we'll see more and more officers resign their commission, like Alvin Halsey did, and like Admiral Ketcher. Admiral Ketcher is a great, great man. I salute him. But raising Cain, to me, is despicable. He has shame. He's full of shame.
Also, Israel just doesn't have that military concept that the UK and America have. I mean, they make it compulsory for every young person to do 2 years in the IDF for a reason, because they don't have an army. They don't have a conventional army. So it's every citizen is their army. Now, whilst they're running in bunkers and crying and having civil war on the streets of Tel Aviv, you know, screaming and crying about why they're put through this, they cannot handle what's happening to them. You think they're going to don a uniform up and say, actually, let me go fight on the front lines of Iran? Hell no.
No, and
Never in a million
absolutely
years.
not.
They're
Yeah, and
not, are they,
Beatrice.
Andrew? It's going to be America.
Yeah, and Beatrice, let me tell you, we had reserves. I had a big wake up call when I was on my first shore command and on a staff of of Submarine Force Atlantic. We would bring in reserve to train them. And you know what we told the reservists that came in, their little weekend warriors that put on their little uniforms to play? Let's go play Navy this weekend. You know what we would tell them? I told this one lieutenant, he brought his guys in, his crew in, right? I said, Rule 1, listen to me carefully. Do not touch this, do not touch that. You can go ahead and walk around, drink coffee, eat some donuts, pretend play Navy for the weekend, but don't mess anything up. And we even had to watch them. I can't stress, and I'm not, for those out there who are in the reserves, I respect your service. Please don't think I'm demeaning you, but you'll be honest, when you're in the reserves, no matter how hard you train, you don't get it until you've actually been in there extensively, hands-on. Compared to even civilian life, I'm sure you can understand what I'm saying.
Oh, they had one more, didn't they?
Yeah. Andy, jump in. I do understand, Andrew. It's not the same. You can't do 2 years in the IDF and get called up 6 years later to go on the front lines of Iran and feel happy about it. They ain't going to do it.
Exactly.
Andy, jump in.
Exactly. Every war, for everyone saying, "Oh my God, Israel's our greatest ally." Oh, they fight terrorism in the Middle East. Okay, they were not there in Afghanistan. They weren't there in Iraq. They didn't even take our wounded soldiers in Iraq. We flew them to Germany. Israel did not take one wounded soldier. It's a complete lie. So for everyone saying they're our ally, why weren't they on the ground with us? Because they're freaking cowards. They can't even go into Gaza to fight Hamas, so they have to slaughter 70,000 plus people because they cannot fight an actual war. Could you imagine the IDF in Afghanistan and Iraq? They would absolutely crap themselves and run away screaming. That Israeli diaper force. That they are not equipped for a ground war. They have some very impressive air capabilities, and they're great at tracking down and assassinating people. I will not doubt their air power. It is impressive because we funded it, absolutely. They have some good pilots. They can absolutely do that, but they cannot fight a ground war. We have seen it with Hezbollah. They have Hezbollah absolutely outnumbered. They have better weapons than Hezbollah, but every time they go in there, they run out with their tail tucked between their legs. Anything even resembling a fair fight, they lose because they are not tough.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Their air power is overrated. Also, they could not sink the USS Liberty. That is a small ship. We could sink it in any naval. I mean, well, I'm not getting compared. A submarine would be one shot dead, drowned, bottom of the ocean. But they, for 2 hours, could not sink the USS Liberty. They blew holes in it. They tried it with strafing. Well, the idiots thought they were. They're way overrated. Way overrated.
So, guys, one.
Exactly. They don't have any strategic bombers like we have. They don't have any. They don't have the B-2 or B-52, B-1, whatever it is.
Yeah, we're sure. We're learning how badly they're flopping anyway in terms of the B bombers. The guys, just a quick one. I have. Listen, so I've put out a shot. It's in the nest of. Sorry, it's in the YouTube comments and it's linked up. And I'm just about to put it in the nest on the YouTube. Your boy tried something called a B-roll. So I tried to put a B-roll in there. So I don't know. Obviously, it's like a terrible version of it, but I thought I'd just try it out. So that's in the nest, or it's about to go in the nest from me. Is Beatrix there? Is she? No, she's not. Okay. So yeah, that tweet's in the nest. If you guys can do me a huge favor, as per what you always do, and listen, guys, on the YouTube, you're like, oh, we can hear Suleiman editing. Well, our editing was I just quickly took one of the videos I posted on Twitter and just put it underneath the shot that I was doing so that it shows a video on there. So if you just check that out for me, if you could do me a favor and watch the video, like it, Let's try and get 100 likes on there. That would be awesome. As JY said, like the short. Let's see how many we got. How many likes have we got already? 8. Well, that's pretty crap actually. But anyway, the tweet is in the nest. We got 4,000 people between these two, the YouTube and the X. So if everyone can like the short, at least get 100 likes in there. I need a Beatrix. She was just talking like 30 seconds ago. She must have just went off the wrong time. But what do you call it again? If everyone can like it and everyone can okay, sweet. Let me post this out as well. It's important news. But yeah, if everyone can like it, that video, it's about Dimona being destroyed. It's about Arad being destroyed. It's about them being decimated. So like it, share it. Let everybody know about it. Let everybody know they got destroyed, and that's the real reason Donald Trump is deciding that he wants to now destroy the world energy structure. And about that, actually, let me just give you some latest news on that. It's so I mentioned the Trump one. This is just in. And Iran said this. They said, is this from Iran's Khatam and Nabi Central HQ spokesman? Said, if Iran. Wait a second. Here we go. If Iran's fuel and energy infrastructure is attacked by the enemy, all energy infrastructure, information technology systems, and desalination facilities belonging to the United States and the regime in the region will be targeted. Just in. Iran responds and will target Gulf energy and desalination plants. If you live in these regions, leave now. This is it. It's going to be the end if Trump starts this. Because without the desalination plants, they don't have the ability to drink. They don't have the ability to have clean water. Without the energy, it's chaos in the world, destruction in the world. You're seeing the beginning of the raving lunatic that is Trump losing his mind and taking the world towards destruction. This isn't minor. This is huge. JY says, go on like the short video, please. Yeah, what a legend. JY is a legend. What like now if others would. I know what that means. But anyway, guys, do that. Do listen to JY. Be like JY. Am I even getting his name right? Yeah, JY. We got 40 likes, 13 comments. We need 100 likes, 50 comments. The world needs to know that Trump is doing this for Israel. He's doing this for the foreign nation. He was saying, oh, guess what, Israel? You know what? Like, he was saying, Iran, guess what? Don't hit our energy. Don't hit any of the energy and we'll be good. We won't hit your energy. And from that, after seeing the devastation and destruction in, what's it called again? In Israel today, in Dimona and Al Arad, his handlers, his controllers, the Epstein class, you know, more and more, like I have been, if you notice with Epstein, I've always not kind of said it as much as anybody else, but quite clearly there's files that were released, which were meant to be released, and then there's files that were not released, and those were the important files, which was a means of control. And whatever's in those files, they probably have a big factor in what's happening right now. And the early bit was a threat. And this is the reality. So I'm starting to think there's something major in those Epstein files. This is just crazy. Because as soon as Dimona and Arad was hit, he's come out and said, guess what? We're going to destroy all of Iran's energy in 48 hours. Iran said, okay, we're going to destroy all of GCC and Israel's energy and desalination plants. That's literally the end. That's literally the end. This is like literally the destruction of the world. This is worse than nuclear. Joe. I better like it. Like the video and comment. I want 100 likes and 50 comments. Please. Go ahead, Joe.
Oh,
it's
go ahead.
yeah. Suleiman, I keep saying like I know that people are like, oh, they're gonna have to pull out. Oh, they're just gonna give up. Oh, they're deadlocked. Oh, they can't do anything. They're stuck. I, I don't think people realize how existential this is to America. I brought it up yesterday. How nearly every empire falls, except for ones that had natural catastrophes or people came in and spread disease, like the Aztec Empire. Um, it's not normally a big battle. It's normally something small that reveals a weakness, and then the allies move away, and that's when you lose your empire. It's because the allies move away. You're seeing the allies move away now. They're not going there to help America. But if you think America's just gonna be like, "Oops, okay, we lost. We're gonna back out now," um, that's kind of the end. Do you understand? We all know that what's probably coming. But if you
Joe,
think they're
I
not
never
going to
fully
do a
heard your
last ditch effort,
Joe. I never fully heard your argument. Yes. By the way, I agree with your premise. Uh,
yeah,
because so was your argument that basically, which I agree with. Let's deal with each part. So what you're saying is when an empire is about to fall, it doesn't go out without going out swinging. Is that the point you're
yeah,
making? Right. So I agree with that.
exactly.
And it was actually the basis of that that I always predicted like an America-China war, because I said in my mind I always thought that even America in a weakened condition, they're not going to be like, oh yeah, guess what? Well, guess what, China, you're in charge now, or you take this bit and I'll take this bit, and we'll be all friends and we'll do multipolar. I was like, that's never going to happen. America will go down fighting, and even if it means losing, they'll go out fighting. So I always did expect an America-China war for that reason. But actually, what you're saying is America's going down fighting now. That isn't the China bit's not even happening, and this is the end of America, and therefore this is actually going to be the fight that they
if
go out down
if
fighting.
they don't win here, the allies have already pulled away, right? That is always the crux of falling empires. It's not the empire, it's not the country itself, it's the allies that it has, right? um the fact that Europe is not backing up America in the strait is already showing the allies are like, wait a minute, you guys aren't as strong as you say. We're not going to put our people at risk, right? um that's a clear sign to me. Now, they could probably get it back if America gains control again. But if they don't, I think Europe's going to be looking to the west, to the east, not to the west. Um, and that's what America's facing. I don't think there's like backdoor deals and things like that. I think they're trying to maintain the global dominance of America. I do think the way they do that is they crash the dollar, get rid of the debt, put in stable coins, blah blah blah. But there's a war, and that war, they can't lose. If they lose the war, they lose the empire. All right, so I do think America will do everything in its power not to lose this. So, but we've been hearing a lot of people be like, oh, America's at a standstill. They're going to have to pull out. They're going to have to give up. They're going to have to give Iran what they want. Like I literally spent an hour arguing with someone about the fact that America is not going to do everything Iran wants. That's not happening. America will probably be a fallen empire, won't be able to give what they want if that was the case. And I don't think America's done. So they're not pulling out. They will do crazy stuff. They could give two shits. Sorry, there's no other way to say this. They can give two shits. Sorry, Beatrix, about GCC. They really could, right? They care about America, and they're gonna do what they got to do. And if they say, "Oh, we're going to take out the power plants," they know damn well that what's going to happen is they're going to take out the power in the GCC. Maybe they block the other trade route. If they block the other trade route, I don't know what America's going to do. I really don't. But I guess they think they'll deal with that later, or they will use really, really powerful weapons, maybe even nukes, and the Houthis won't do it because then they'll be scared that they'll get nuked. I don't know. But to keep thinking that this is, Iran has America by the short hairs and they're over. They're not over. As much as I think everyone here would like it to be, and they would pull away and be like, "Hey, go home." I just don't see it that way.
Yeah, I got to just say this real quick. Oh,
Okay, go ahead.
okay, real brief. So yeah, we were kind of hammering this out yesterday. Yeah, it's either go full nuke. I mean, just go full out nuke, and then we're looking at we're looking at wrap it up here, or negotiate, and that means literally giving everything up, meeting all the requirements, and open up straight. But I know no one thinks that that'll happen, so I'll just leave it there. And
So, Maze, if you weren't sick to your stomach, I think I probably just made it worse because I don't even think this is the worst America can do, is attack the fuel, which we know is going to escalate things.
But like we discussed yesterday, Joa, the empire is not a military. The empire is the dollar. And these types of attacks threaten the dollar more than they help it. So the empire falls when the dollar falls.
that's
But
a
the
perfect
empire,
point. Yep.
yeah, but the dark side, our dollar has been enforced by the military,
Yeah, I get
right?
that. I get that. But when the military goes full war crime or goes nuke, that's checkmate. That's the end of the story.
Oh, yeah. If it goes full nuke, I think the Allies turn and run, which is the end of the empire. Because the only reason why the dollar is the empire is because the Allies use that dollar. If they decide to cut and run, then there's no dollar. Like we spoke yesterday, once confidence breaks, it just completely falls out of the sky.
And I just need to read this. This is only 2 days ago. I reposted here from the White House. This is from Trump. We're getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime of Iran. President Donald J. Trump. We'll see it flip. I agree with Beatrice. We're going to see it. We'll see. He'll flip it again.
Yeah,
I
Joe,
think
I was saying because before I was interrupted, I agree with you that what you call it again, America, whatever the final war is, in the sense of whatever they think is going to be the end of the empire, they're not going to go without going out with a fight. And so the question mark becomes: is this that war, or is it the one with China? And you're basically saying this is it, and therefore they're going to go out fighting. So they're going to throw everything at this. And that means things are gonna go
it can
worse.
it can be this
Sorry.
because of the way the Allies are acting. It can be this because of the way the Allies are acting, right?
I mean, look.
If the Allies would have went to the strait, I would have said a different story. They're not going.
I mean,
right? That changes things a lot.
Yeah, I mean, like what this obviously this is a negotiation tactic, but like Trump's a savvy businessman, and I've never read his book Art of the Deal. I'm guessing you read it because you're a quite. I know you've always been a big fan. And have you read a book? Have you read it?
I have read
thought
it
so. I thought so.
because
I
I was
thought
just
so.
curious.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. So
I was
I thought so.
curious
I thought so.
what the art of the deal was.
Yeah. So I've never read the Art of the Deal, but I assume like a big fan like Joe would have read it. And like one of the rules about, from my understanding, I'm not like a businessman or something like he is, but one of the things is that my own perspective is that whenever you make a demand, even if you're using it as a negotiation, even if you're using it as a pressure valve, you have to be willing to follow through. And so, and if you're not, then that isn't a realistic demand or negotiation tactic or whatever it is. Is that something that is that an idea that he would follow based on your extensive research of him, Joa, and your reading of much of his literature?
No, Trump is unpredictable. He always has been in business. If you look at Art of the Deal, there's something in there that's just absolutely insane. He boasts about it, right? Which is he was trying to do this thing in this I think it was Trump Plaza, and It was in front of Citibank, which was his lender, and he wanted the air rights in order to build higher, and Citibank didn't want to sell it because it would take away from their view, right? So what does he do as the art of the deal? This is part of his like genius, and he brags about this. He walked in their office with a model of the ugliest building you could imagine and said, "If you don't want your real estate price to drop and have me build the ugliest building in the world, you're going to sell me those air rights," right? Because this is what it will look like. And so they sold him the air rights. Citibank is also the one who then bankrupted him, by the way, which he doesn't talk about in the art of the deal. So, yeah, he got his air rights by saying he would build the ugliest building in the world. And then they turned around and started calling on his debt, which helped sped up his bankruptcies. So, yeah, that's how he deals. So you don't know what the man's going to do. And right now, where before I thought it was the adults in the building making decisions, from his back and forth, I feel like this is how old is he now? 70, whatever. This is a 70-year-old man who is now making decisions off the cuff, trying to negotiate like he's negotiating New York real estate, thinking pressure tactics works, going back and forth on, oh, we don't need it. Oh, allies, please come and help. Oh, you deal with it. We don't need that oil at all. That doesn't affect us. Oh, if you keep it closed, we're gonna bomb all your power facilities. Like, this is what he did in his real estate career, right? He tries everything, right? This is what he did. Don't forget, this is the most litigious man in history. He had 3,000 lawsuits. I think was from the year 2010 to from the year 2000 until 2016. 3,000 lawsuits. That wasn't him suing. That was both getting sued and being sued. And as many people here know, because they've heard me on Spaces many times, my dad, he didn't pay my dad for work he did in Atlantic City. That's why I hated the man. And he'll do everything in his power to pressure, but things that you would find ridiculous, almost like playground bully type stuff. I don't doubt that the attack in Qatar, for example, was very much a Trump idea. Oh, we'll tell them to go meet us, and then you guys can bomb them. It just sounds like something, not the bombing part, but the setup thing is very Trumpian. So yeah, I don't think you can predict what he's going to do. And before, I thought other people were making decisions. I think Trump is like, oh, you guys messed up. Let me take care of it now. That's kind of what it feels like to me, just having watched them for the past 30 years.
Yeah, and so on that, Joe, and guys, by the way, if you're on the YouTube, I put it as subscriber only mode. That's free. You just need to make sure that you sub into the channel. So make sure you all sub into the channel. We've got about 800 people listening on the YouTube, and the YouTube is just growing so much. So make sure you're a subscriber. Come in and make sure you're following us and subscribe, and get your friends and family to subscribe. And it was really good because when we had Professor Morandi on, we had well over 1,000 people on the YouTube. I think we had about 3,000 on the X, and I think we've got 3,000 now. So a lot of people are back. I think the Iranians have not only destroyed Dimona, not only destroyed Iraq, they woke up the people from a week of slumber, of forgetting about what was happening with this war and realizing we're now existential. In the next 2 days, we could see the beginning of the end. Maybe after that, we see a ground invasion. This is scary times. I'm worried for people in the GCC. I know I enjoyed the fact that GCC gets destroyed, but I actually do care about the people. I don't want any human being to get harmed. And so I am severely concerned about how much this is going to escalate in terms of the Gulf states and the people from Iran, because Trump's going to do it to the people of Iran. And then because of what he's doing, it's going to happen to the GCC as well. So worrying times, guys. Worrying times. Let me put it that way. But yeah, if you guys can subscribe, if you're in the YouTube, obviously you guys know how to subscribe. It's in the YouTube chat you're in. If you're not in the YouTube chat, if you're on the X, then just come and subscribe. It's the tweet in the nest. Just follow one of the links and subscribe. And in terms of the video in the nest, let me see how many people are doing it. Let me see if you lazy bums have actually done it, right? Let me see. I bet I've got loads of Gen X fans. Not Gen X, what do you call them? Millennials. 68 likes. 68 likes. There's 4,000 human beings in here. These chats are full of millennials and Gen Alphas and boomers because they don't know how to use technology. Sort your lives out. Like that video. We need it 100. How is it? We should have 4,000. There's 4,000 of you. There's literally 4,000 of you bloods. What is going on? Joe, what's the reason you're the marketing guy? Why are these guys so lazy? Is it my followers are so lazy? Joe,
I don't know. I don't know.
is it the too young or the too old or whatever? It's not chicks. I haven't got hardly any chick followers. I was looking at the analytics.
Is it? Where are they
Explain it,
from?
Joe. Explain it.
I really don't know. I don't know. I can look into it though.
I'm joking, bro. You don't do it now. He's funny. Joe's funny, bro. I shall investigate. Joe is gonna right. You better like it, cause Joe is gonna come and literally, Joe is gonna come and he's gonna research every single one of you. He's gonna expose your history. Someone said I see 876. I don't mean in this one, but actually I didn't realize we had 876 likes on this one. Let's get that to 1,000. I mean, I don't think I've ever had 1,000 on a video. That's awesome. No, I meant this one here. Well, that's not the right one. It's this one here. Put the link in. Joe is gonna come and research all of you. I'm telling you now. You guys better get on the manners. You don't know Joe. He's literally the best investigator in the world. Like, he'll come after you. Joe will come after every one of you. All 4,000 of you are put on alert right now. So you guys better like the video.
I have taken down a lot of people in spaces.
I know they think I'm joking, Joe. They actually think I'm joking. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking, bro. Right, like that's the video. I put it in the nest. It's the one in the nest, and it's in the comments. You better like that. Let's get that to over 200. Or Joe is coming after you. You don't know Joe. He's exposed so many people on X. He exposed some BlackRock chick. He exposed BZ. He exposed someone from the Israeli ministry. Like, you're not ready for this guy. Listen. Oive was 6207. If you're not liked, you won't be was. You will be was. You was someone. You won't exist anymore, bruv. Eric Tosser, you will become only a tosser. Eric will be removed from your name when Joe comes after you. You better watch it. Sean Neuner, you'll become... Joe is the statistician of Paul Expert. He is, yeah, as well. He's that as well. So you better like it. Okay, I'm going to look at this because I'm going to give Joe the go-ahead. And he's going to expose all of you. But just before I do, Joe, let me tell you this bit. My audience. So, but... yeah, so I got lots of millennials, but then I got Gen X. I got a lot of Gen X. So why are they lazy? Gen X is the least lazy people. Where's the? Okay, yeah, male. Oh yeah, why is the female following increasing so much? I literally smashed these chicks so badly. Why are you guys following me? I pushed you guys all. Why are you guys following me? Why is the female following increasing? I want it to decrease. Probs, my female following's got to 15%. What is going on? I started with 8%. I want to be Simon. Simon said he's only got 4%. I want to be Simon. Please, oh God. That explains it. Okay, let me go to this video now. Let me check the crack. All right, let me check. 106. Okay, that's better, but it should be 200. Joe, listen, if it's not 200, Joe's coming after you. I'm telling you now. You don't know this guy. Honestly, you don't know him. He is brutal. And the main video has got 914 likes. Wow.
Kind of peters out, and the people responsible for telling Trump, yeah, go ahead and do this, or not telling him what will happen when the Strait of Hormuz is closed, okay? When he gets rid of all those, who will be left? Well, Tulsi didn't tell him that. Maybe we should. That's a long shot now. I favor getting rid of her. I favor her quitting. I had thought, interesting, isn't it, that not Clark Kent, but Joe Kent, right? When did he do that? The day before she was going to testify. My guess is that he went to her because, they got together and he said, "Look, Tulsi, I'm going to have to do this because it's a matter of conscience." You don't hear that word very much in Congress. Okay, is it Congress? Conscience. Okay, I suggest you do the same thing. I'm sure that Tulsi had a bad night, but she decided to conform. Joe, I'd be really interested in your theory.
Well, mine is that there's a Republican nomination coming up for 2028. And she ran twice as a Democrat to try to get the nomination. I think she wants the Republican nomination. Probably, of course, Vance and Rubio will be her main opponents, and she doesn't want to alienate Trump. Trump was going to be very important who he backs to be his successor. So I think she doesn't want to alienate Trump, and she'll say anything she can to stay on Trump's good side, which is an absolute disgrace and a failure because her responsibility is to the country, not to her career.
But I think that's stupid, actually.
What?
There were high expectations of the Tulsi Gabbard earlier on because of her opposition to wars of adventure and so on and so forth. They were misplaced. I think one reason we're talking about Tulsi Gabbard now is because she's been such a profound disappointment to so many people. As early as her confirmation hearings for DNI, I thought this person is another Maine chancer, right? And that's what she's turned out to be. If she were to run again for president, I'd be completely indifferent to whether she got it or not. She's not going to make any difference in the conduct of the Imperium, none whatsoever. I dismiss her as an unserious person, and with plenty of company, but she is one. That's my view, I wouldn't expect anything more from her. I don't really care whether she resigns or not. What's the difference?
Yeah.
Well,
yes, it probably wouldn't make any difference, but it saved her integrity, of which she has very little, if any. So you mentioned the Imperium, and let's end on this. What does this mean for the American Imperium? What happens in Iran? To me, this is a major historic battle, and if there is a battle over Hormuz, I think they'll be talking about the Battle of Hormuz maybe centuries from now, because this is the U.S. empire running up against the front line, which is Iran, behind which is BRICS, behind which is Russia, China, developing countries trying to resist American world dominance. Is that how you see it, Patrick, that this war is, as one writer in The Guardian put it, this is the America's Boer War, which is when Britain lost to the Boers. Yeah. That was the end of their empire. I also think it could be like Carthage. There's a fanatical obsession, like people like John McCain, who sang "Bomb, Bomb, 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 Iran," if you remember that, to the Beach Boys song, and his sidekick, who is still with us, Lindsey Graham. They're obsessed with destroying Iran the way the Romans were obsessed with destroying Carthage. What do you think about this, Patrick?
I've started collecting these historical comparisons. The Boer War one was kind of interesting for its nuance, right? Carthage, is it America's Carthage? Is it America's Gallipoli? Is it America's Suez? Right?
Heard that one.
Okay. I don't see that we need. They're interesting. We bring the scholars in on this and see what they think. Okay. But for a brief time, I thought this is a major confrontation between the West and the non-West, and America is being handed a very big piece of news. I don't know what will happen on the ground or in the air, however we wish to put it, but this is a major setback for the empire. Okay. But I thought, wait, Vietnam was the same damn thing, right? We've been handed this kind of news at least since 1975, maybe April 75. maybe earlier than that if you want to count various other encounters we've had, right? But uh, we're just in that phase where these people in Washington, I'm not the first to observe this, have no gift for learning anything from the past, even their own experience. And I think it's, the Boer War or Carthage or Gallipoli or Suez. I like Suez actually because the Straits of Hormuz kind of, you know, uh, the Iranians are blocking it the way Nasser blocked the canal, right? Okay, but I, I think this is a major, major blow, no matter how this turns out on the ground. And I'm not with that Guardian correspondent, columnist, who said, well, in the end, one way or the other, the West is going to win this. That might be so, who knows? But I don't think it's a foregone conclusion. Think about Ho's army, right? What sort of chance would you have given them in the late 50s or early 60s,
Oh, exactly. Patrick?
Right. I've been asking you about that guy, Ray. You need to answer my email.
Yeah, this is James Bradley. Oh, I do. Yeah, James Bradley wrote this. It's about not how we lost, but how the Vietnamese won, and it's a masterpiece.
Yeah.
Okay, first I have to tell you, my Irish grandmother met Queen Victoria in connection with the Boer War. My grandmother was a seamstress with a very, very rich lady. She traveled to London and Paris and other places in 1900, I think it was. Her rich lady said, "Now, Jane, the Queen is going to be going out this gate of Hyde Park, and if you get there at noon, you can probably see her." Now, to hear my grandmother tell her, I put myself right in the corner there. She couldn't miss me. And sure enough, these Japanese fellas all over the horses and they opened the gates, and there she came in her coach, and the window was open, and she looked down at me, and I said, "Well, how the hell are you?" But I don't think she heard me. There's a lesson here. We're going to start saying, "How the hell are you?" to people like Stormer and all these other people who really are just elevated to positions of which they are not capable. Now, are they going to do something to Hormuz? No. Are we? Would Oh my God, I was going to say would be crazy to, but that doesn't count anymore, okay?
Right.
Now, there have been several military exercises and tabletop and all that kind of stuff. Look at the cliffs themselves. Look at the hidden artillery and other anti-ship missiles. It will be a massacre. Now, does Trump want that before the election? Does he want that at all? I don't think so. So that's why he's saying, "Oh, we don't need it. Let everybody else. It'll open by itself after a while." So I think we can be spared that. The key thing here is Israel. Let's get back to that. Trump initially said, "Well, Netanyahu and I will decide when this stops." We know now that's going to be more Netanyahu that decides when it stops because I don't think he can be restrained even by Trump. I think he's got a lot on Trump. I think he's got Epstein stuff on Trump that won't quit. And I think Trump feels really hemmed in, not only wrapped around Netanyahu's little finger, not only mesmerized, but scared, scared to death. Okay, so we'll just have to see how it plays out. But I think the world is going to say, "Look, we can't tolerate the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. There's got to be some way that the Russians and the Chinese and even some of the more sensible Arab states will come to some sort of intermediary role and say, all right, look, you want Trump, you want to get out of this thing. Here's the way we can do it. We have the Russians, we have contacts not only with the Israelis, we have them, of course, with the Iranians. We can help you on this. Just ask us." And in a sense, Trump already did when he called Putin about 3 weeks ago. So I think that's the way it's going to get resolved in an interim kind of way, just because the midterms are coming. I just can't believe that Trump got himself into this situation without knowing what a disaster this would be. And he's got to come to a senses now because gas prices are so high and because everybody in the whole world has him isolated, including his West European friends.
Well, then it comes back to the question whether Israel, Netanyahu will obey Trump. If in fact there's some kind of deal and Trump finds a way out, they're going to, with the intervention of the Chinese, perhaps as mediators, and they did mediate between the Iranians and the Saudis before, if you remember, that created
Yeah.
a lot of hope a couple of years ago. But what would Netanyahu do? At some point, if the U.S. cuts off the weapons, they'd have to stop. But that would be the big question then. This time, does Netanyahu stop? He might just pivot to Lebanon. There was already an article more than a week ago in Haaretz saying that the Israeli generals are prepared to continue the war in Lebanon and give up on Iran at some point. So maybe that's what would happen. It remains to be seen.
You know, I'm with the Iranians on this. I I I understand entirely and entirely sympathize with their sentiment. We've had enough of ceasefires. The Israelis go away for a while and then they come back. They want they want an enduring settlement of this question, and they should have one, right? And I would, frankly, uh, I would hate to see some kind of patched together ceasefire that leaves Iran with the Damoclean sword held by Israel over its head indefinitely. It's time. It's really time, right? And I don't see Netanyahu uh, if he doesn't succeed in scuttling whatever diplomatic channel Trump may forgive it. I have no faith in Trump's agency. If he doesn't scuttle what diplomatic channel the Americans may open, uh, I, I would be very surprised, right? I would be very surprised.
Yeah, I just say that Netanyahu is the loose cannon here. This is an existential threat not only to Israel, but to Netanyahu. The Israeli Supreme Court, the legal people have said, look, we're not going to allow a pardon no matter what your friend Trump says. A pardon is off the table. We're going to go to court on this thing. And in the interim, Netanyahu is losing support. His coalition is losing support. The elections are coming at the latest in October. So what will he do? Well, here's a guy who does genocide. Here's a guy who does forced starvation. Here's a guy that will assassinate just about anybody he get his hands on. Do you think that Netanyahu will shy away from using one or two little tactical nuclear weapons?
Just the question, Ray. Yeah.
I think he probably will. Short of that, we could have a major false flag attack, perhaps even in this country, to make sure that Trump can be persuaded, so to speak, to continue to support Israel. Whether the Iranians can obliterate Israel is the real fact on the ground that needs to be resolved. I've been given to believe they can. They have enough missiles and they have enough way to get through their missiles. So that's what it might come to. And that really worries me greatly. And that's why I think the Russians, especially, but the Chinese as well, will try to twist Trump's arm and say, look, nobody's going to benefit from this. And just maybe there'll be something short of the worst. And I think the worst would be use of nuclear weapons and or this kind of false flag that would be designed to force Trump's hand by blaming it on the Iranians.
Well, Ray, I'm very frightened by what you say, but I think there's a real scenario where that could happen. It looks like Netanyahu wants total war against Iran, total destruction of the country, and Iran can respond to that as long as they can. And you can see Iran is only retaliating. Israel and the U.S. started this. Iran responded. Israel first hit the oil installation. Iran hit the oil installations of Qatar. Today, Israel hit Bashir, I believe, and maybe in Fordo. And what did Iran do today, Saturday? They sent a hypersonic missile to Dimona, and that was confirmed. There's a video. It looks like it's a real one because Times of Israel is reporting it hit a building in Dimona, not anything that would spread radiation, but a warning. It looks like 20 people injured in that building in Israel, in Dimona. Of course, Dimona is where the plutonium is created for Israel's nuclear weapons. The weapons themselves are stored on a base underground west of Jerusalem somewhere. But Dimona is key to the Israeli weapons program, obviously. The Iranians hit it with a hypersonic missile today. As this keeps escalating, that's why, and also from Israel's point of view, they would want to use a nuclear device before Iran builds one, which they might have decided to start doing now. Scott Ritter thinks that have decided to do it now. Who knows? But they want to do it before that. I think, Ray, it's absolutely, totally feasible that Netanyahu would order a nuclear strike, a small one, on Iran.
Yeah,
that psychologically would change a lot, wouldn't it, Patrick?
Tactical. I don't know whether it was Lawrence Wilkerson or one of the colonels. I thought the other day was saying, not one, not two. Iran's a big country. They could drop 10, 15, 20 tactical nuclear weapons where the radiation is controlled but devastating nonetheless in its area, and we were talking after hours the last time we got on camera here, you and I, we three actually, I think the Israelis are itching to use these nuclear weapons, right? They would love to show the world, we will do anything. You better be aware, we will do anything. That's forgive the expression, that's somewhat their trump card, right? Be warned, whatever you do, we will do anything we need to do to advance the Zionist cause. No limits,
It might be to save Israel's existence. That's the question here. If Iran has as many missiles as some people think they do, hypersonics and extra, and they continue to pound Israel, they might find that that's the only way to survive as a state, Israel, is to use those devices.
I'm a great believer in deterrence, right? My view of deterrence is any circumstance that requires deterrence is not a happy situation, but when it's necessary, it is. I hope Iran develops the bomb as quickly as it possibly can, including a warhead that can deliver it. And that's not because I like nuclear weapons, it's because I don't, right? That's my take on these matters.
Ray, if Iran had a bomb right now, do you think Israel would use theirs? That's the question that Patrick's raising.
Yeah, that's a hypothetical. Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon now, so it's kind of hard to. If the Israelis learned, and they probably have the capability to learn, that the fatwa has been reversed, that the Supreme Ayatollah, the Supreme Leader Junior, has said, well, that's for the birds. We're going to go ahead. Israelis probably learned it right quick. Question is whether they would choose to preempt or not. Our only hope, in my view, is the Russians, maybe the Gulf states, somebody sensible who has a real deep stake in what happens here could mediate this thing and persuade Trump, look, Netanyahu is afraid not only for Israel's existence, but he doesn't want to end up in jail, for God's sake, okay? And that's going to happen after October, okay? So he's going to do whatever he has to do before October. Let's preempt that. Let's get this thing settled. Let's get this straight open. And for God's sake, let's not use nuclear weapons.
Well, Ray, I don't think the Russians could intervene because the Ukrainians are there already. They're going to head them off. You're going to head him off with the pass.
But Ray, you suggest a very interesting timetable that we would do well to pay attention to, but it's, the clock ticks between now and October, I suppose you're suggesting.
Yeah, that's what I am suggesting. And as for the Ukrainians, man, their whole navy is going through the Suez Canal right now on the way to open the straits. That's the latest information breaking, which I just made up.
Yeah, exactly. Well, October for Netanyahu, November election for Trump. And we'll have a lot more to talk about before then. Let me thank Patrick Lawrence very much for your contribution, and Ray McGovern for your insights, particularly on intelligence matters.
Yeah. You're welcome, Joe. Always a pleasure.
And I hope you guys join us again soon. So for our producer, Kathy Vogan, I want to thank her and our audience for watching The World This Week. This is Joe Lauria for Conservative News saying goodbye.
From what I've read, we're already 2 months out. If the war was to stop today, it would take at least 2 months for this to work its way through the system. To, like you say, you've got, if you can't export the oil, you certainly can't store it in many of these facilities. You can store it to a certain extent, but also this becomes a vulnerability, I would imagine, at one point. And so how much, aside from like, what this country and perhaps the world is going to suffer from an economic standpoint, which is just going to increase, both in terms of fuel and in terms of food, because a couple of key elements of fertilizer is produced in this region. What's going to happen? Like, let's say this was to end tomorrow. And certainly it feels like Trump sort of is starting to realize, like, I may have gone in over my head here, and there may be more problems than I thought this was going to be. But be that as it may, if it was to stop tomorrow, what is your sense of like how these GCC countries, are they going to say, you know what, maybe we shouldn't have these U.S. bases here? Like this, if the idea is that we were going to get protected, I mean, I think, like at one point their protection came from their own people, but it seems like they've sort of like figured that out. Like, we're just going to have to disperse enough of the benefits to everybody so that as a regime, we're secure. Then it became, we're being protected from Iran. They clearly have basically marked themselves as a target because of this. So what happens? Are we going to see as much like, I don't know, the UAE having comedy shows or what? Like, are we going to see a disinvestment?
Well, the Dubai, I think, is what you're referring to with the comedy shows and the nice hotels. And I've been to Dubai. It's a wonderful place, and I really regret the damage being inflicted on it. But it's been economically destroyed. It's a finance hub. And it depends on expat labor. It depends on an illusion of security. And I don't know. this is a heavy blow to it. I mean, it has had heavy blows before. The 2008 meltdown hurt it, but how it comes back from this is not clear to me. So there may be permanent damage to the Gulf over this. I don't know what they're going to do about security going forward. There are two things to say. First of all, Iran is not going to relent until it gets a reset on its security. It's not going to put up with, it's not Gaza. The Israelis have this cynical phrase, they talk about mowing the grass. They used to bomb Gaza every once in a while. Iran is not going to put up with that. They're a big country and not a poor one. They have capabilities which they're demonstrating. So they want to fight this to a point where everybody understands you mess with us and you can't drive your car. You mess with us and you can't get in your car and go shopping for groceries. You can't get in your car and go visit your aunt. You mess with us and your way of life is over. They want that message to get through. So they're not going to stand down until they get an understanding of that sort. The Gulf, as you say, has put all of its eggs in the American basket. Some other countries have not, like Djibouti, this small port on the Red Sea. They gave the Chinese a base, along with the British and the Americans. And you may see something like that they may diversify their security arrangements. This whole thing could be an enormous boondoggle for the United States and a big boon for China.
Well, I mean, the fact that China already brokered these talks between the Iranians and the Saudis a few years back is really important to note here. The other part is how this benefits, I think, both Russia and China, because now you have these Asian countries that are going to be desperate for energy, for oil. They can go to Putin and he can charge them an inflated price. And on the China front, this gives them a partner in like the global hegemon potentially eventually, or superpower that is gonna perhaps say we'll have your back in the way the Americans don't. They're just all in bed with the Israelis.
Oh, I guarantee you that at embassies in the Gulf, both the Russians and the Chinese are telling the people that the Americans are fickle and they're not really supporting you and they got you in all this trouble. You should come with us now. And I mean, I heard a Russian diplomat say these things to the Qataris nearly a decade ago already then. But it fell on deaf ears at that point. That's right, Emma. The other thing to say, though, is that China has been diversifying its energy. So 53% of new automobile sales in China last year were electric. The energy analysts suspect that China has reached peak oil, that every year from here on in it will use less. This coming oil shock, because we haven't seen the real shock yet, the coming oil shock is a good argument for them to accelerate that process. They've got a program of buying up clunkers the way Obama did here. So they're trying to get the heavy gasoline using vehicles off the streets. And they've reduced their subsidies for the electric vehicles because it was costing the government a lot of money. But they may put them back, or there may be other kinds of incentives. But I expect the Chinese to go even more heavily towards electrification of transport. Most oil is used for transport. If China goes in this direction, it takes other countries with it. The Thais and the Indonesians and others are looking at these EVs. And the Chinese EV technology is so far ahead of what we have.
BYD, is that what it is? Those things go 500 miles on a charge, and they are significantly less expensive than your average U.S. car. And they're going to be making them in Canada soon, too, right? I mean, within a couple of years. I mean, so I'm already thinking like, how do I get over to Canada and smuggle one of those in? But I want to get back to what you had said earlier in terms of Iran. This is the thing that I don't think has seemed to have seeped into American consciousness, that we are at the point right now where we do not control the timeline of it's harder to tell because we haven't seen images coming out of Tel Aviv, just, very sporadically. And the U.S. has, the U.S. population has no idea of like what's going on in the Gulf. I mean, it took 3 years before people knew, I think, in Iraq that there were Sunni and Shia Muslims. And we're all waiting to see if Donald Trump decides to end the bombing. But what you're saying is that Iran is basically dictating the timetable of this. From your perspective, like how much pain, like what are the pain thresholds that they can impose on the United States and Israel, and I guess to a certain extent the rest of the world? And where do you think that they'll decide like that's enough?
Yeah, well, as I said, I think they won't stop until they get they're convinced that the world has gotten the message. They've taken our energy hostage. I don't know what you guys are paying for your gas bill last winter every month, especially in the cold snap in January. But imagine it doubling. Now, some analysts will tell you, well, the United States has its own natural gas from fracking, and it has its own petroleum, and we mainly import from Canada and Mexico, so we're not dependent on the rest of the world. It doesn't work like that. It's one global market. It's segmented a little bit, but the prices track pretty closely between, say, Brent crude, which is the North Sea oil from Britain, and the West Texas petroleum, which is the American.
Today, the little news that I heard or read, actually, on the internet was that the United States is sending ground troops to land on the shores of Persia. Perhaps to replicate the landing on the beach of Normandy. But can Marines perform such a landing in enemy territory in 2026 the way they could in 1945? If you were one of the Marines on one of those troop transports being sent to your landing point near where you are to perform the invasion, and you're just now being told how you're going to be doing it, whether parachuting in or going in speedboats or helicopters, with an army of only very few thousands, really, compared to the gigantic army of Iran, which is already preparing, no doubt, for this event and knows exactly where the landing will be attempted. and no doubt has many surprises, whether it's landmines or drone swarms or shore batteries or missile defenses. But it's very likely that those ground troops will be soon ground troops, ground up by enemy artillery and other ammunition. And it's very likely they will be massacred. And it's very likely that all that is part of the plan, because that will then justify nuking those terrible enemies who dare to humiliate the hegemon, right? So what do you imagine that the morale is like of those Marines? So we must feel compassion for both sides of this hideous event that is perhaps the culmination of a much larger demonic scheme that is afoot. Because not even the monumental stupidity of the current leaders of the empire could have fallen into this kind of a situation. It had to have been planned, and planned to look like it was not planned. Because the ones who are the figureheads are, of course, just figureheads. They are not the planners. But they'll take the flak for the loss. They'll take the flak and face the karmic consequences. But the forces behind it all are still unknown to most. And the situation is escalating so quickly that we may reach that next phase even before the formal day of Easter. And the crucifixion of humanity as a whole will be underway. But you know, today is also actually the original Easter. I don't know if you realize it, but this is the vernal equinox. And it's also the last day of Ramadan, which is called Eid al-Fitr, if I'm pronouncing it correct. And it's the day of celebration, of a feast, because they fasted for a month repenting. It's kind of a month-long Yom Kippur for the Muslims, and they have spent the month praying and eliminating their impurities so that they would be pure enough to serve as martyrs of Allah, and to be able to bravely face their duties. So I imagine that their morale will be in a somewhat different state. But nonetheless, it will be horrific for all sides, there's no doubt. And because Iran is backed by Russia and China, it may well be that the hegemon must, as a result of this changing circumstances, launch a surprise attack on all of them. So it's all of those aspects. It's also, apparently, Radama told me all of these events of today, including the fact that the United Nations declared that today is the International Day of Happiness. So congratulations. I hope all of you are observing the order of the day and abiding in your true happiness that no events in the illusory world can take away. And apparently the United Nations purpose in announcing this day was to say it was a day when we must change our priorities and no longer worship the money and economic profit, but instead make our highest priority human well-being. Somehow I think the United Nations may have forgotten to celebrate this day as well, and certainly most others as well. But there it is, you see. And so we are in the moment of the beginning of a new spring. And it's also the beginning of a new cycle of time, which is to be the springtime of the world and leave this dark winter that the world has been lost in and return to the light and the beauty of God consciousness. And so that seems to be the order of the day. By the way, the two songs I played, I mean, you know the Marines hymn, but the other one is the old national anthem of Persia that was written at the early 20th century when Iran was overthrowing its colonial oppressors, the British, of course. And this song was inspired them. And it is again very popular apparently in Iran, inspiring the fight against the neo-colonial oppressors. It says, "O Iran, O land of gems that abound, O you whose soil is the fountainhead of all the arts, far from you may the thoughts of evil be. May you remain lasting, eternal. And O enemy, if you are of rock, I am of iron, and may my life be sacrificed for my homeland's pure soil." So there's a different vibration to their martial attitude. "Since your love became my calling, never far are my thoughts from you. In your cause, when do our lives have value? Eternal may the land of Iran be. The stones of your peaks are jewels and pearls. Greater than gold are your valleys' soils. When would I ever doff your ardor, your love? Tell me what I would do without your fervor. As long as the earth revolves and the sky cycles, the light of the divine will always guide us. O Iran, my gorgeous paradise, bright is my destiny because of you. Even if fire rains on my body, I will cherish naught but my love for you. I am made of your love, your waters and your earth. If your love leaves my heart, empty will it become." So for Sat Yogis, I think if we just transpose the motherland for the mother goddess and the father god, and reunite as the child of God with that true trinity of our being, we can bring the significance of that divine love into reality in the world and bring an end to war. But only if we have brought an end to the inner war. that the ego is fighting with itself. So that's what's happening on the most outer level. But now it's important for Sat Yogis to go deeper into the inner meaning of this approach of Easter, which may indeed for many people be their Last Supper. In order to clarify even more the significance of the Christian message, I decided that tomorrow night I would show to the Sangha a film. It's a documentary about Padre Pio, who I think is probably the last saint ever formed in the Catholic Church, and probably one of the last in the world until we rise to that level. But I want to show the film because it's important for Sat Yogis to understand the difference between a saint and a sage, and between the Christian understanding of the divine message and that of Sat Yogis, because there is both a congruence and let's say, a shift of octave that is required for us. They made apparently a feature film of Padre Pio as well, and I found that it was unwatchable. So I'm not going to show you that. But I think this documentary is actually valuable because it does show you the real Padre Pio and what he had to go through in the ordeal of his own rite of passage in his life. You know, he displayed the stigmata of Jesus on the cross, meaning blood coming spontaneously out of his hands, and I believe his feet, and possibly his midsection. I think he had the full stigmata of Jesus on the cross. In the movie, they say stigmata means a mark, but that's not actually accurate. And it's important that you understand that, I think, before seeing this film of Padre Pio, because the real meaning of stigmata is a puncture wound that leaves an indelible mark. Now, I think Padre Pio was a true devotee of Jesus. But as you know, the Catholic Church, unlike the Eastern Orthodox churches, focuses on the cross, on Jesus on the cross, whereas in the Eastern churches, the focus is on Christ risen, resurrected, which is a very different archetype. So by resonating with that image of Jesus forsaken by God, it creates a very different relationship to reality and to the other than would an identification with Christ risen. And so the the Jesus who is on the cross, if he is really forsaken, it means that there's a disconnect between his consciousness and that supreme Father of the Godhead. But afterwards, the Father and the Son become again one. And in the ultimate message of Christianity, the third member of the Trinity is also supposed to rise and rejoin the full Trinitarian God self. That's the Holy Spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh, the Atman, the soul that has become, again, has realized its true nature, that recognizes its own godliness and its unity with both the immanent and the transcendent. So his focus was on his sangha, his ecclesia, the church community, as a community of sinners who have fallen from God consciousness. And his demand upon those who came for to pray with him and to hear his sermons and his feel his energy, his demand on them was to be honest in confessing to their sins and not to hide anything in the confessional. But that, unfortunately, validates the identity structure of a fallen ego as if that is who one really is, when of course it is not. And so in the East, I'm not sure if it's true in Eastern Orthodoxy. If anyone knows whether the Eastern saints also had the stigmata, I don't know of any. But I also don't think that they have accepted the fullness of Christ risen as their current identity, but only something that they could see through a glass darkly, but in the world to come, face to face. So one could get a glimpse of divinization, but the full deification, even though theoretically this is the purpose of religious activity, religious practice, is nonetheless deferred. It's put as a delayed future possibility. And yet, for the Satyogi, who knows where we are in time and space, this truth can no longer be deferred or delayed because it really is now or never. So I would like to propose a different set of stigmata that are necessary for Satyogis. And what I propose is that our hearts must be penetrated and punctured through a surrender to God that fills the heart with love and destroys or evaporates the unloved mind of the ego. Because that's all the ego is a construct created to cope with the fact that one was never seen or loved by one's parents or family system or society. And so the heart was closed and hidden behind this ego veil to protect it from unloving projections, but also keep it from loving, including loving the real self. So the heart must be punctured. And then the second stigmata must be the puncturing and penetration of the mind, so that the inconceivable vastness of the intelligence of God consciousness, the fundamental mind of God can fill one's consciousness and expand it to that infinite capacity to know the supreme reality. And then the third penetration must be the puncturing of the will, so that the will is completely taken over by the will of God. And it's the unity of these three stigmata that bring Sat Chit Ananda. Sat is the heart. Chit is the fundamental mind. And Ananda is their union when the will is absorbed in the Absolute Self. And so it is these stigmata that we must express in our lives. And we are not authentic and real until we are shining with those stigmata of Sat Chit Ananda. And I would say that this requires a very radical shift of consciousness from the dominant capitalist stigmata, which have substituted Satchidananda and in their place put money, power, and sex. Money is the sat of the capitalist because their being is what they have, what they own, what they possess, what they can buy. And the power, the chit, is the illusion of intelligence that one believes about oneself if one has climbed up the food chain of the social order and feels that one is on top, having sold one's soul sufficiently to get invited into an Epstein party, for example, which is the ultimate capitalist stigmata being performed, not with the blood of Christ, but by sucking the blood of innocent babies. And until we have undone that demonic stigma that the ego carries, because to one extent or another it's complicit in that capitalist modality of illusory existence, we cannot purify our hearts enough to resonate with the divine joy of the realization of God.